This is a forewarned weather, severe weather alert.
All right, good Tuesday morning, everybody. I'm forewarned meteorologist Zach Webster. We're covering our second tornado warning of the morning. This one is for Walton County. Right now, it's well to the south of Interstate 10, but we want to go ahead, jump on air, and inform you that we have a confirmed tornado on the ground with this storm. And as this continues to move off toward the north and the east, it starts making its way closer toward Interstate 10. Definiak Springs, you are not included in this. This is also going to move very, very close to the radar site. So we're going to get a pretty good view of what's going on in this storm as it continues to move off toward the northeast. I have meteorologist Ryan Duggar with me as well, sitting off screen. Ryan, if we can go ahead and pull up the debris tracker on this, we can go ahead and show you this debris ball that's already starting to show up here just barely to the south and the east of Freeport, and this will continue to move off toward the north and east. Ryan, do we have a motion on that? It looks like, I mean, obviously off toward the northeast, 50 miles per hour. So yeah, these storm motions going to be fairly quick here. And again, this is going to be your confirmed tornado on the ground. Now, again, while this is still well south of probably a lot of people that's able to see this on air, as this continues to move off toward the north and the east at 50 miles per hour, it will not take it very long for it to start to get pretty close to Interstate 10. And you can see right there that debris ball on our debris tracker just barely to the east of Highway 331 in the Florida Panhandle. There's Freeport there. You're looking back down toward the Gulf of Mexico, farther off toward the south. There's our radar site over at Eglin Air Force Base in Red Bay. And again, this will continue to move off toward the north and the east. I'm reading off some of the warning text here. At 3:47 a.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 8 miles northeast of Santa Rosa Beach, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Ryan, if I could get you to zoom out a little bit, we can take a look at some of these locations that are farther off toward the north and the east. Just go ahead and alert those folks because, as you just heard, large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground in the southern portions of Walton County, and this will move off toward the north and east at around 50 miles per hour. Ryan, if you could zoom in just kind of on the northern side of this polygon, we can try to get some more of these locations to pull up. Definiak Springs, you're not included in that polygon. Rock Hill, Argyle, Henson's Crossroads, eventually making its way into Ponce de Leon if this continues to move off toward the north and east. But if you're seeing any of your locations showing up right here in the northern portions of this polygon, you need to go ahead and get to that safe place. We have a tornado on the ground, and it's in an environment that is capable not only of producing tornadoes, as it's already doing, but there's the potential that we could have some strong EF2 plus tornadoes. So again, anybody here in kind of the central portions of Walton County, you got to go ahead and get to that safe place because we have a tornado on the ground in the southern portions of the county, and that will move northeastward into this part of Walton County. This is kind of the east central portions of Walton County over the next several minutes. Again, Definiak Springs, you're not included in this, but if you're in Argyle, Ponce de Leon, Red Bay, over toward Henson's Crossroads, this eventually heads in your direction. Ryan, we can go ahead and drop this back off toward the south and the west and take a look at that. Yeah, right here. I mean, this is about as textbook as it gets. There's your hook echo right here to the north and the east of Freeport, just to the east of Highway 331 in the Florida Panhandle, and this will continue to move off toward the north and the east toward Red Bay. There's a look at velocity, not looking as great right now as it did several minutes ago, but it looks like right around in there will be your rotation, your potential tornado. Ryan, I'll keep my finger right there if you want to switch back over to the debris tracker, and there should be a debris ball right there. Yeah, there's still a little bit of a debris ball there just to the northeast of Freeport. Just like the rotation, however, not quite as well defined right now as it was when the warning is first issued. But again, just to kind of recap here, tornado warning for portions of Walton County, mostly the east central portions of Walton County, due to a large and extremely dangerous tornado that has been on the ground, and it looks like it may continue to be on the ground as it continues to move off toward the north and east into Freeport. We probably don't have very many viewers down in this part of Walton County, but as this continues to move off toward the north and the east, Ryan, if we want to pull that just a little bit farther off toward the north and the east, obviously we want to keep our debris ball here, but yeah, let's focus here are a little bit farther off toward the north and the east. While we may not have any viewers necessarily down here, we definitely have some more farther off toward the north and the east along Interstate 10, basically between Definiak Springs and Ponce de Leon. That's going to be our primary area that we're going to be watching as this tornado that's already been radar confirmed on the ground continues to move off toward the north and the east. Notice we have the radar site right here. So we're going to get some very, very good data as this tornado continues to move off toward the north and the east. It's not all that often that we get a tornado producing storm this close to the radar site. So we should definitely get some very, very good data out of that. Ryan, let's go ahead and switch to, let's do storm relative velocity. And let's see if we can get some wind readings here on either side of this couplet, because again, we're fairly close to the radar site, so we're going to get a pretty good sampling of these winds, kind of get a red pixel and a green pixel pretty close to each other. Okay, 21 miles per hour, negative 46, so you're looking at right around 60, 70 miles per hour of gate-to-gate shear. So if there is still a tornado on the ground, it's packing quite a bit of a punch, and this will continue to move off toward the north and the east over the next several minutes. And again, the movement on this is off toward the north and the east at 50 miles per hour. If we can zoom out, go back to the debris tracker. And let's put, wow, okay, so we've lost, it looks like we may not necessarily have a tornado on the ground anymore. That doesn't completely surprise me. We've been watching the location of the warm front across the region throughout the morning so far. And one thing that'll happen, by the way, that warm front basically situated right through this part of the Florida Panhandle. And what will happen in situations like these is you have the warm, moist air that you need to produce tornadoes south of the warm front. North of the warm front, you don't have that. And right along those fronts, you can kind of get a little bit of enhanced area of velocity, of rotation. So what probably happened was this storm produced a tornado while it was south of the warm front. As it moved along the warm front, that rotation strengthened. We got a bit of a stronger tornado. Now I'm starting to think this is starting to cross over the warm front, and we're going to start to lose those things that we need to produce a tornado and sustain a tornado. We'll have to see as we go through time whether or not that is the case, but that warm front is situated basically right through the central portions of the Florida Panhandle, so I would not be surprised if what has happened is this storm has now crossed over the warm front and things are kind of beginning to wind down a little bit. Ryan, if we want to go back to velocity, we need to do storm relative. Yeah, so still have a little bit of rotation. That's some pretty good rotation. Still in between Freeport, it's now well to the northeast of Freeport, just barely to the south and the west of Red Bay, kind of where these reds, blues, and greens kind of come together. That's where our rotation is. We've had a tornado on the ground. I keep looking at debris tracker. There's not a whole bunch of evidence that we still have a tornado on the ground, at least not as clear cut as what it was earlier. There could be a little bit of noise in that, but that's kind of right around where that velocity couplet is. So we may still have a tornado on the ground. This is to the east of Highway 331, and eventually over about the next 5 to 10 minutes, we're going to see this pass fairly close to Red Bay, just to the west of the radar site, and eventually this carries northeastward up toward Ponce de Leon. The tornado sirens may likely be going off in places like Definiak Springs. You're not included in this tornado warning, and even for the most part, Ponce de Leon right now not included in the warning. But if this storm continues to rotate, if this storm continues to have a tornado on the ground, they will have to extend this warning once again to move a bit farther off toward the north and the east. I've also got radar pulled up on my phone just to kind of give us an extra set of eyes while we're going through all this. So far, this is the only tornado warning in the region. Northward from there, out across our Alabama counties, there's heavy rain, there's lots of thunder, there's lots of lightning. There's an update to that polygon. We'll look at that in just a second. There's thunder, there's lightning, there's heavy rain, there's quite a bit of wind out across a pretty good portion of the Wiregrass. None of those storms, yes, those storms are strong. None of those storms are severe. This is our only tornado warning that we have across the Wiregrass, and obviously this continuing to make its way closer toward Interstate 10. Looks like that debris ball is starting to show back up a little bit more well-defined there, just to the west of Red Bay and the Eglin Air Force Base radar site. Still waiting for that polygon to update on my phone so we can get an updated look at the warning text to see whether or not there is still a tornado warning a tornado on the ground. But just purely judging by correlation coefficient or our debris tracker, it looks like we definitely have a tornado on the ground. Ryan, I'll put my finger right there on that potential lowering there in the debris tracker. Go ahead and switch back over toward storm relative velocity, and I think we're going to see this match up. Yeah, pretty good with that rotation. So we definitely still have a tornado on the ground, and I have every reason to believe this is probably still a large and very dangerous tornado. I finally got that updated polygon on my phone, and they have dropped. No, they've kept the confirmed tornado. So we still have a tornado on the ground, 11 miles southeast of Definiak Springs. This storm speeding up, now moving out of the northeast at 55 miles per hour. And there's a look at that velocity just to the west of the radar site, to the west of Red Bay, and moving on this off toward the north and the east at 55 miles per hour. So again, Ponce de Leon, you may not be in the warning polygon right now, but if this tornado continues to remain on the ground, and right now there's not a whole lot of evidence that says this thing's really going to lift really anytime soon. Eventually this moves pretty close to your region. Looks like it would more or less favor kind of that southeast part of the city. But if you're anywhere in Ponce de Leon and you're watching us right now, you definitely need to go ahead and get to that safe place. Even though you may not necessarily be in the warning right now, you're going to be one of the next locations that is in line for this tornado producing storm. Let's go back to reflectivity and zoom out a little bit. Give me a good view of the storm just kind of in total here. So kind of go a little bit, yeah, that's good there. So here's a look. You got the main area of rain, you've got the lightning, you've got the thunder, probably a little bit of small hail coming down out across portions of Interstate 10 and northward from there up toward Caryville. You're seeing heavy rain, probably a little bit of small hail. And then it's going to be down in this appendage, kind of extending back toward the south and the east into Red Bay. That's where our rotation is. That's also where our confirmed tornado is as well. We can go ahead and zoom back in just a little bit, but keep a pretty good part of that still in view there. So Red Bay is going to be next in line. This is going to come very close to the town of Red Bay, again with a tornado on the ground. I've got correlation coefficient, the debris tracker pulled up on my phone. We still very much have a debris ball here with this tornado producing storm. So Red Bay is going to be the first place that we're concerned about. Then farther off toward the north, Ponce de Leon. Those places are going to be the next two in line. Then even farther off toward the north and the east, Caryville, maybe over into Bonifay. We'll have to see how that warning polygon gets redrawn. But for right now, again, we've got a tornado producing storm pretty well defined there on Doppler radar there from the Eglin radar site. Very well defined. Hook echo textbook for what you would be looking at if you had a tornado producing storm. Right now, very close to Red Bay. Ryan, we can go back over to the debris tracker. That's probably going to be the biggest help for us right now, and very well defined. You see that lowering in the debris tracker where we're starting to get some of those brighter yellows, greens, blues within that otherwise field of red. That's where the radar is picking up on objects that are different sizes and different shapes. So you've got raindrops. Most of these raindrops basically the same size, the same shape. Everything's pretty close to the same shape. However, within that debris ball, you've got parts of houses, leaves, tree branches, etc., non-meteorological stuff other than rain and hail, and that's why you're seeing that lowering in the correlation coefficient in the debris tracker, and that's the reason why we have this tornado warning in effect. Now starting to get pretty close to Interstate 10. Ryan, we can probably zoom in a little bit more on the debris ball, trying to see if we can get some more locations come up. That is good there. Douglas Crossroads, this continues to move off toward the north and east at 55 miles per hour, so within the next handful of minutes, this will be right over you, and then eventually this moves farther off toward the north and east into Ponce de Leon. I would imagine they extend this tornado warning an additional time. And again, this should be where our tornado is. Go back to go back to storm relative velocity for me. Maybe the velocity has not caught up yet, but our lowering in the debris tracker a bit farther off toward the north than where it appears our velocity is. But there's a pretty good chance that the two products just simply have not caught up to each other, but still some pretty good rotation. There's an updated view there. That's now getting very, very close to Douglas Crossroads, and we're close to the radar site. So I don't want to necessarily say for sure. We may have a second area of rotation here starting to spin up to the northern portion, just to the north of the radar site. It appears that one is probably the one that has been producing the tornado. There's a good chance we may be getting a second area of rotation that's starting to spin up just barely to the south and the west of Douglas Crossroads. So definitely going to have to watch this closely. There's a couple of different areas of rotation. Don't want to necessarily say there's two tornadoes on the ground, but a couple of different areas of rotation that definitely has caught my eye. It looks like the better rotation is the one just to the north of Red Bay, but it looks like the place where we had that debris ball on the debris tracker, it looks like that's a little bit farther back off toward the north and the west here, just to the south of Douglas Crossroads. Ryan, go back over to the debris tracker for me. Not really anything that really jumps out at me. You may have a little bit of a lowering there. That may honestly be debris that was already picked up from the previous area of rotation, and it's just been carried off toward the north. Not entirely sure if we have a tornado on the ground, but this is going to start to get very close to this northern edge of that tornado warning, and eventually we'll have to see whether or not they extend this warning farther into Washington County. So Ponce de Leon, Caryville, and eventually up toward Bonifay. It looks like they did extend that warning. Yeah, they did. So they have now extended this tornado warning to include much of Washington County and into Holmes County as well. This is clipping the far, far northwest corner of Holmes County and includes a pretty good part of Washington County. So Ponce de Leon, you are now in that tornado warning. Places like Caryville, over toward, I believe Bonifay is included in this as well. So we're starting to get a little bit closer to Interstate 10. Ponce de Leon, Caryville, Bonifay, all included within this tornado warning. So there's your little appendage on Doppler radar on your reflectivity. Your rotation is going to be down here at the far bottom part of your screen. Ryan, if we can, scoot that down a little bit. Go back over to storm relative winds for me right quick. Yeah, this is going to be your main area of rotation here, just to the north of Red Bay. So it looks like it misses Ponce de Leon to the south, but this continues to push off toward the north and the east. Storm motion should be right around 55 miles per hour. So heads up, Caryville, Bonifay. You've probably got tornado sirens going off. If you have wireless alerts on your phone, those are probably going off as well. And the reason for that, this area of rotation, we've had a tornado already on the ground previously when this was farther back into the southern portions of Walton County. And it looks like we may still have a tornado on the ground. It's beginning to move into the far east central portions of Walton County, then moving northeastward. It will clip the far, far northwest portion of Holmes County, then continue to carry over into Washington County. So again, Caryville over toward Bonifay. You guys are next in line for this tornado as it continues to move off toward the north and the east. Ponce de Leon, you will have some gusty winds pretty quickly move into the region, although I'm not really seeing anything that indicates that we have a tornado on the ground there. Yeah, so talking to the director in my ear, we are coming up on the start of News 4 this morning. That starts at 5 o'clock at the top of the hour. I think while we have tornado warnings in progress, now starting to move along and north of Interstate 10, I think we're going to stay with this. We're going to have to kind of preempt the start of News 4 this morning. Once we get these tornado warnings out of here, we'll be able to start News 4 this morning, carrying on as scheduled. But for right now, we're going to stay put. It looks like we still have a tornado on the ground that's beginning to cross over from Washington County, from Walton County, and it will move right along the Holmes and and Washington County lines. Ponce de Leon, you're included in the tornado warning, but I think the main area of rotation is off towards your south and your east. You're about to have some very, very gusty winds. If the wind's not blowing very hard right now, it will be probably within a matter of minutes. You can see some of those brighter reds that's starting to move into Ponce de Leon. So some very, very strong winds there. However, the primary tornado threat is just barely off toward your south and your east. Caryville, if you're not in that safe space in your home, your business, wherever you're watching us from, if you're not there right now, go there now. You're probably within about another 5 or 10 minutes away from this tornado producing storm moving into your region. And then we'll also have to keep an eye on Bonifay as well. Probably within about the next 5 or 10 minutes, we're going to see that tornado producing storm move into your area as well. All indications continue to point to we still have a tornado on the ground here with this area of rotation moving into the far east central portions of Walton County. Ryan, go back to the debris tracker for me, please. We're starting to get a little bit noisy. Kind of a good and bad thing with being so close to the radar site is you get some pretty good data, but eventually there's a point of diminishing returns, and there's kind of a lot of noise now because we're so close to the radar site. However, I am noticing this little bit of a lowering that's a little bit farther removed that I think may be our tornado on the ground. Again, it's a little bit more difficult to see because we're now so close to the radar site, but all indications continue to point that we still have a tornado on the ground here, moving out of Walton County, moving out of Walton County and making its way over into Holmes and Washington County. Taking a quick look over the radar or the warning text, 4:56 a.m. Central Time. So that was about 5 minutes or so ago. A tornado-producing storm was located 10 miles east of Definiak Springs, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a radar-confirmed tornado, so obviously there's still a lowering in the debris tracker that is definitely confirming that we still have a tornado on the ground. Probably need to move away from debris tracker. Ryan, let's go back to reflectivity. That may be probably the best thing to show us. This is going to be where your tornado is. If there is still a tornado on the ground, it's going to be right here in this appendage that comes down from Ponce de Leon back off toward the east-southeast. And this, as this continues to move off toward the north and east, again, Caryville, Bonifay. If you're not in those safe spots right now, go ahead and get there now. You're probably about 5 or 10 minutes away from potentially have a tornado on the ground moving into your region. We're also going to have to watch, we can pull up velocity in just a second. We're going to have to watch this part of the storm as well. We may have a situation where this area of rotation moves back up into the storm and occludes, and then the storm kind of cycles, and this area farther back off this far southwest corner of the storm, that could rotate around and produce a second tornado. So that's something we'll watch. Ryan, if you'll go to storm relative velocity for me, we can kind of get an idea of that. Not really seeing a lot of evidence of that just yet, but right now this is our primary area of concern, this couplet that is now starting to move into Washington County. It's right along the Walton, Washington, and Holmes County lines, pretty much that triple point where those three counties meet. Ponce de Leon, you've got a lot of rain coming down, you've got a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, and there is probably quite a bit of wind blowing through your town right now with all those brighter colors showing up on velocity. I'm not concerned particularly with a tornado in Ponce de Leon. That's going to be, again, farther off toward the east. That is now starting to move. Looks like it's now clipping into portions of Washington County, and that continues to move off toward the north and the east. Ryan, if we can scoot this a little bit farther back off toward the north and the east for me, up toward Caryville and Bonifay. We're pretty much done with this as far as Walton County goes. This may clip that far northwest corner of Holmes County, which would include places like Caryville, and eventually over toward Bonifay. We could see that storm move in that direction. Very, very quickly, let's do a quick reset. Let's go back to reflectivity and let's go back to the wider view, and let's give people a pretty good idea of what we're seeing all around the Wiregrass. If we can do that, we'll zoom back into this very, very quickly. But Ryan, if we'll go back to kind of a home view, plenty of rain, probably some thunder and lightning, some gusty winds across our Alabama counties. Enterprise over toward Ozark, Dothan, Troy, into Geneva, Slocum. Quite a bit of rain, however. Keep your eye out, Geneva County. If this continues, as this continues to move off toward the north and east, we'll have to watch that for a potential extension of that tornado warning. Here's our main line of thunderstorms. Damaging winds. There could be an embedded tornado within this line of storms as that continues to move off toward the east. It's kind of a dual threat kind of thing where we have the tornadoes possible in the storms out ahead of the line. Then as the line passes through the region, we'll have the damaging winds and the embedded tornado threat as well. All right, Ryan, we can go back down into that storm. Just wanted to give a quick update on kind of the wider view of things. I can look out of the corner of my eye. We've got the view out over downtown Dothan. Quite a bit of rain coming down, so wanted to give everybody back closer to Dothan an update of what's going on. This is our primary focus, however. Tornado warning in effect for portions of Washington and Holmes County. This storm has had a history of producing tornadoes farther back off toward the south and the west in Walton County, and there's pretty good evidence that we still have a tornado on the ground as this starts to move into Washington County. Ryan, yeah, we can zoom in a little bit closer. This is starting to get very, very close to Caryville. Go straight to the debris tracker for me. Not really seeing too much. This lowering right here maybe if there is a tornado on the ground. I think that's where it is, but notice it's just barely to the south of Interstate 10 and it's about to make its way into Caryville. So again, if you live in Caryville, you're not in that safe spot. You are very quickly running out of time, particularly if we still have a tornado on the ground. Probably within a matter of a minute or two, we will see that move into places like Caryville. If this continues to move off on a northeastward path, I think this misses Bonifay to the west, but if you live in Bonifay, so want to make sure you're in that safe place. Let's go over to storm relative winds. See what kind of rotation we're dealing with. I think it's going to be somewhere around in there, just to the south of Interstate 10, to the south of Caryville. Admittedly, that rotation not looking as good right now as it has been over the last little bit, but the storm's had a history of producing tornadoes, and it looks like we may still have one on the ground. It looks like some decently broad rotation right along the county line, pretty much right over Interstate 10, between Washington County and Holmes County, just to the south of Caryville. This rotation makes its way into Caryville probably within the next minute or so, if it is not already over Caryville. If you live farther back off toward the west from Caryville, north of Ponce de Leon, so east of State Highway 81, west of State Highway 179, north of Interstate 10, it's probably raining very heavily, and there's probably some pretty strong winds blowing through your region, but we're not worried about a tornado in this part of the county. Again, west of Caryville, north of Ponce de Leon. It's the area just to the south of Caryville. Looks like right over Interstate 10, now starting to move north of Interstate 10 and into Caryville. Ryan, if we can zoom in a little bit closer into Caryville and get a little bit of a better view of that velocity couplet. Still not looking too terribly impressive, especially considering how it looked probably about 20 or 30 minutes ago, but looks like we have a little bit of rotation now starting to move north of Interstate 10 into Caryville. Let's go over to the debris tracker right quick, see if we have any sort of lowering. Nothing that really sticks out to me, so that's definitely some good news. But if you live in Caryville, if we do have a tornado on the ground, it is basically right over Caryville, and this will continue to carry off toward the north and the east. This heads over the far southern portions of State Highway 179 just to the northeast of Caryville. I think this stays away from Gritney. This stays away from Cerro Gordo. Brian, if we can shift that a little bit farther off toward the east, kind of bring Caryville to the center part of the screen. Yeah, so again, not really seeing too terribly much that really sticks out to me that says that we do still have a tornado on the ground, but if there is going to be one, it's basically right over Caryville right now, and we'll have to watch out for this over in Bonifay. It looks like it will miss Bonifay just off toward the west, so locations to the north of Highway 90, in between Caryville and over toward Bonifay, kind of that center point between those two regions. If there is a tornado on the ground, that's where it's headed. Ryan, what road is this? It looks like it's Highway 177A. Yeah, so Highway 177A and to the north of Highway 90 between Caryville and Bonifay. Looks like just to the south and east of Hathaway Mill. That will kind of be our next several locations that will be kind of in the path of this potential tornado. Still not looking too terribly much as impressive right now as it was earlier, and we may be getting into a situation where, like I mentioned earlier, there's a good chance the storm may have crossed over the warm front. We saw a pretty good enhancement in that spin, and now as it starts to move northward of the warm front, we should hopefully start to see this thing begin to wind down. Do the storm relative winds for me right quick. Yeah, that velocity couplet just continues to not look all that great. Some gusty winds to the north and east of Caryville. There's an updated polygon. Cerro Gordo, you've got plenty of gusty winds. Those gusty winds also about to move into Hathaway Mill as well. But as far as our tornado threat, it's going to be off toward the south and the east of Hathaway Mill. It's now making its way through Caryville, and with every scan, this velocity couplet continues to look a lot less impressive. Ryan, I don't know if you're seeing anything different on your end of things as far as that velocity couplet goes.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of weakening as we're watching it right now, as it's making its way towards Highway 177. Of course, we had been watching the storm as it made its way in from the Gulf of Mexico. I know I have the wide view here, but originally it started from really good hook echo associated with this storm as it's made its way in, but really we were hoping as the storm was starting to make its way towards that warm front and crossing over that's where we kind of see a little bit more of that weakening. And so as of right now, I'm seeing pretty much the same as you are right now with those weakening winds, but for those areas such as you said, Gordo, Hathaway Mill, that's where we'll see those gusty winds where we see those areas of gusty winds for Hathaway Mill and Gordo. That's where we'll see a lot of those gusty winds. But as of right now, we don't see a really good velocity couplet. I'm also checking the debris tracker, not really seeing much, maybe for this area here, just potentially maybe a couple things towards Hathaway Mill, but just with that velocity couplet not being too particularly strong, it seems to be kind of weakening. If there is anything on the ground, it would be
basically
really,
right over Caryville.
Yeah, right over Caryville. Yeah, right where those green and red pixels are kind of meeting over there.
So I wanted to take the time and look at the updated radar or the warning text for this storm, and according to the radar tech or the warning text, as of 5:10, so 3 minutes ago, we still had a tornado on the ground. So let's move that back over to the debris tracker. And we're still pretty close to the radar site, so this is still going to be pretty noisy. Radar confirmed tornado located 10 miles west of Bonifay, moving northeast at 45. So that's going to put it somewhere around in this region just to the north of Caryville, with Caryville being as populated of a city as it is. I would think if we had a damaging tornado on the ground, we would see a little bit more of a signal on correlation coefficient. There's a new radar scan. There's still not really anything that jumps out at me. The velocity has not been particularly impressive, but obviously the warning text still says there's a tornado on the ground and we have to treat it as such. So now northeast of Caryville, kind of in between Caryville and Hathaway Mill, there's been a tornado on the ground. We're starting to kind of lose a little bit of that evidence that we still have a tornado on the ground. So if you live anywhere along and to the east of Hathaway Mill over into Bonifay, if this continues to hold together as it moves off toward the north and the east, this will cross over Highway 177A, Highway 177, and eventually over toward Highway 79. Over toward Hoover Mill, and that would be over in Washington County. I think if we still have a tornado on the ground, it would be right along kind of that Washington and Holmes County line. And again, that signature is starting to get a little bit more messy. It's probably more or less because we're still fairly close to the radar site. And again, while we do get some pretty good radar data while we're close to the radar site, there can be times where a lot of that noise starts to take over when we don't have as clear of a signal that we do in fact have a tornado on the ground. There's still not anything that really overly jumps out at me as far as on the debris tracker for any sort of debris ball that's showing up. Let's go back to reflectivity right quick. We're kind of losing that hook as well. I'm starting to think that this storm has crossed over the warm front. We're really starting to lose a lot of that rotation, especially that we had earlier. Ryan was mentioning as this made its way onshore from the Gulf of Mexico, there was a pretty good hook, quite a bit of rotation on it, and it did not take very much to confirm that, yes, we had a tornado on the ground. Now things are a bit messier. If you'll remember, probably about 10 minutes ago when this was farther off toward the south and east, we still had a pretty well-defined hook echo on this storm. Now we don't really have that. That's not to say we don't still have a tornado on the ground, but the storm looking a lot less organized right now than it was about 10 minutes ago. Heavy rain coming down in Bethlehem, Hathaway Mill, Caryville, and even toward Hoover Mill. There's some heavy rain coming down, quite a bit of lightning as well, likely some gusty winds, and there may be some small hail coming down along Highway 177A, south of Bethlehem, north of Hathaway Mill. We can switch that over to storm relative winds. Man, there's not really a lot that really jumps out at me. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation here now to the north and the east of Caryville, starting to move closer to Highway 177A, but things have definitely become a lot less organized over really about the last 5 minutes or so. And again, I continue to believe that maybe because we've seen the storm cross over the warm front, it's lost a lot of the things that it needs to both produce a tornado and sustain a tornado. A lot of that warm, moist air still south of the warm front. Not really that much in the way of that warm, moist air. North of there, we probably saw a pretty quick spin up as that storm crossed over the warm front. We got a little bit more enhanced rotation, but now that this potentially has moved north of the warm front, you can see how quickly that has fallen apart. We'll continue to stick with this for a few more minutes. The tornado warning is still in effect for another 12 minutes. And again, I'm not currently seeing anything that would suggest that this tornado warning needs to be extended past that point, but we'll definitely continue to stay with it as long as there's still a tornado warning in effect. Basically, if there is a tornado on the ground, it's going to be to the north of Highway 90. So Caryville, Bonifay, southward from there, you may still be in that tornado warning. South of Interstate 10, you may still be in that tornado warning, but I think if we do have a tornado on the ground, it's going to be north of Interstate 10 and north of Highway 90. So if you're in Caryville, if you're in Bonifay, southward from there, but still in the tornado warning, I think we're good enough to give you the all clear on that. However, if you still live northward from there along State Highway 179, State Highway 177A, State Highway 177, and State Highway 79, you're still in this tornado warning, and we still want to treat this like we still have a tornado on the ground. This tornado warning in effect for probably another 10 minutes or so. There's a chance they may cancel this early. Just kind of wait and see. If there is rotation, it looks like there may be just a little bit here, just to the very north of Highway 90, starting to move close to State Highway 177A. There's a little bit of those greens starting to interact with those reds, although I think that may be reversed. So and just not really anything that really sticks out at me, at least on velocity, that we have a tornado on the ground. Go ahead and pull up debris tracker. And again, yeah, there's just not too terribly much that continues to stick out at me that we have a tornado on the ground. And at this point, we're really just kind of basically waiting on either this tornado warning to expire or for them to cancel it. It expires at 5:30, so we're about 10 minutes away from that. And I'm hoping with how much this has fallen off, we can kind of get this over closer to the point where they can cancel this tornado warning, and we'll be able to start jumping into News 4 this morning. Ryan, while we have a little bit of downtime, you notice they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning, so that continues to believe that I think we're very, very close to either this tornado warning expiring or they're just going to go ahead and cancel it. While we have a little bit of a lull in the action, let's go back to reflectivity. Let's do another reset. Let's go back to the home view and let's give you a view around what's going on around the Wiregrass. Dothan, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. We will probably see heavy rain. We'll probably see quite a bit of lightning. We'll see some gusty winds. Some of those winds may border on the edge of damaging winds, and there could be a chance we could see this storm spin back up and maybe produce a brief tornado. But for right now, severe thunderstorm warning now in place for our Alabama counties in Geneva, Dale, and Houston County. This includes Dothan. Again, I think our tornado threat's starting to come down a little bit as far as this cell goes, but we're definitely going to have a lot of rain, a lot of wind, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder as the storm moves northward into our region. There's some heavy rain continuing to fall through pretty much the rest of Dale County, eastern portions of Coffee County, and now over the western portions of Barber County as well. Here's our main line of thunderstorms, and once this line moves through the region, you're done with your severe weather threat. This is starting to get very close to Crenshaw, Covington, and Okaloosa counties. We'll have to watch out for damaging wind gusts, some of which could reach as high as 75 miles per hour. We could get an embedded tornado within this line as well. We've already seen at least 3 or 4 different tornado warnings when this was farther back into Mobile. So we'll have to watch along this line for the potential for some tornadoes in addition to damaging winds. And then any of these cells that kind of pop up right out ahead of the line, we're going to have to watch those closely for rotation and the potential for tornadoes as well. So there's a look at how things look right now across the Wiregrass. Ryan, if you want to loop that right quick, we can get a little bit of an idea of where all this is headed. The line moving basically due east. Any cells that develop out ahead of the line will be moving off toward the northeast, generally between 55 and 65 miles per hour. New tornado warning, that includes Panama City. We're going to kind of let that go, and if this continues to move off toward the north and the east, if it continues to have rotation and this gets a little bit closer to Interstate 10, if necessary, we'll jump back into that. Ryan, right quick, zoom back down into that storm over in Washington County. We'll take one quick last look at it to see if there's anything that's jumping back out at us as far as a tornado threat. Reflectivity not overly impressive, and I think the National Weather Service in Tallahassee issuing that severe thunderstorm warning a pretty good indication of that there's not really that much sticking out at us as far as a tornado threat goes. With these brighter reds, you'll have some pretty strong winds that are blowing through north of Caryville to the east of State Highway 179 and eventually heading closer to State Highway 177. So gusty winds, for sure. There may be some small hail in this as well. But as far as a tornado threat goes, I think that's starting to go down. And again, my hunch is this storm has crossed over the warm front. That's why we're really seeing a kind of downgrade as far as that tornado threat goes. And we're starting to see more of a transition toward kind of a damaging wind and small hail, which is why they have that severe thunderstorm warning in place. Notice that includes Bonifay, Graceville, and then that continues northward over closer to places like Dothan as well. So still got about 7 minutes left on this tornado warning. Still not anything that's overly glaring at me as far as a tornado threat goes. Ryan, we can pull up the debris tracker right quick just to make sure we're not missing anything. Not really anything that sticks out at me. There's hardly any rotation. So, I mean, really, we're just kind of waiting out the end of this tornado warning, whether it expires in 6 minutes at 5:30 or we get an early cancellation of it. Ryan, let's go ahead and jump down to that Panama City storm, just to kind of take a look at it, see what we've got going on there. So, tornado warning, this includes Panama City. This also includes the far southeast corner of Holmes County. And it looks like you will have your hook echoes still out over portions of the Gulf of Mexico. So you likely have a tornado over water. Obviously, if you live in Panama City, a pretty strong storm headed your way that's capable of producing a tornado, and that will move off toward the north and east. Velocity, yeah, that's about like how that first storm that we're tracking now over portions of Washington County, that's about how it looked over the Gulf of Mexico before it made landfall. Some pretty strong winds and some pretty good rotation here still out over the Gulf of Mexico. So this tornado over water, but as this continues to move off toward the north and east, Panama City Beach, Panama City included in that tornado warning, and then that'll continue off toward the north and the east, excuse me, over the southeast corner of Washington County, or excuse me, Holmes County, and eventually this may make its way over into Jackson County as well. We'll track this a little bit closer if this continues to hold together and starts to get a little bit closer to Interstate 10 in Holmes County and over into Jackson County as well. Emma was telling me that we have a view from Pineapple Willie's in Panama City. Is there a chance we can pull that up right quick and just get a look at that? We're going to try to see if we can get that pulled up, but that would be a pretty good view of what's going on down here in Panama City. Not really in our area as far as viewership goes, but it could move into a region where we would have to track this a little bit closer. While they're getting that pulled up, Ryan, let's go back to our tornado warning for portions of Washington County. Wow, yeah, look at all the lightning there in that storm. This is from this storm that you're looking at right now on radar. Almost consistent lightning. There's hardly a break in between those lightning strikes. That is a very, very strong storm that's moving into Panama City. Obviously, we may not have any viewers necessarily down in Panama City, but there's probably a pretty good chance that we have viewers that know people that are living out here or vacationing down here along Panama City and Panama City Beach. So if that's the case, obviously go ahead and let those guys know that there's a tornado, potentially a tornado producing storm starting to get closer to Panama City and Panama City Beach. And wow, that's a lot of lightning on that view from Pineapple Willie's. All right, let's go back off toward the north. It looks like we still have that tornado warning in effect for Washington County, and this is starting to get into the far northern portions of that polygon. We're about 3 minutes away from this warning expiring. And by the way, once this warning expires, we'll go ahead and we'll jump right back in to News 4 this morning. We started News 4 this morning covering this storm as it moved through the east central portions of Walton County, and we're continuing to kind of keep an eye on it as it continues to move off toward the north and east. Quite a bit of lightning will eventually make its way over toward Esto and Graceville. For now, you are not included in the tornado warning. Also, for now, I don't anticipate this tornado warning being extended farther off toward the north and east. We're still kind of waiting and seeing on that. But again, if this warning is not extended, I think we're good to go ahead and dump back into News 4 this morning. We'll go ahead and get that started once this tornado warning expires. That's about 2 minutes away. Ryan, let's do a couple quick reviews. First of all, with velocity. Let's pull that up right quick, make sure there's not anything that's really glaring at us as far as velocity goes. No, there is not, but there's some pretty gusty winds here back over the northern portions of Washington County. There probably won't be anything, but let's pull it up anyway. Let's do the debris tracker, make sure there's not anything there. I don't imagine there is. No, there's not really anything that sticks out for me here, so we're 2 minutes away from this warning expiring, and hopefully we can head back into News 4 this morning. Let's do one last view. Let's go back to the home view on reflectivity, and let's kind of give one more recap on where everything sits as far as the Wiregrass as a whole goes. Dothan, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and I would imagine some gusty winds, some small hail possible with that. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So you need to be ready for that in Dothan. There's not an immediate tornado threat, but with the environment that we have in place, there's a chance this could spin back up and potentially produce another brief tornado. Right now we just have the tornado warning out across Washington County that expires in 1 minute. The storm will continue to move off toward the north and the east, and again, we're primarily watching for damaging winds and some small hail that will eventually make its way into Dothan. Also a tornado warning getting very, very close to Panama City and Panama City Beach. If you have any friends, family, anything like that that is living in or vacationing in Panama City or Panama City Beach, go ahead and reach out to them, let them know tornado producing storm moving into Panama City. We'll track this a little bit closer as it gets closer to Interstate 10. There's some more thunderstorms still moving through portions of Coffee, Dale, into Barber County. Heavy rain, probably over places like Clio. Rain coming down in Troy, and then this is our main line of thunderstorms that's now starting to begin to move into the far western portions of our region. Once this line moves through, you're done with your severe weather for the day. If you're still out ahead of the line, you will continue to deal with a severe weather threat until that line moves to the region. Looks like that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. It's 5:30. We'll go ahead and toss to break, and on the other side of this, we'll go ahead and jump into okay. Yeah, so I was being told in my ear, we're gonna go ahead and jump to break on TV. However, on Facebook, we'll continue to stay up. We'll continue to run radar, but we'll not have any audio or anything like that. We'll just continue to run radar without audio. So let's go ahead and toss to break. We'll have the continuation of News 4 this morning coming up after that break. And again, on Facebook Live, we'll continue to keep radar going without sound.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, check, 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 check. As this line of storms continues to roll through, we've collected them all for you in one place. All you have to do is go to WTVY.com and at the top of the page, click the orange banner that says closings and delays. These include schools, city offices, medical centers, and more. Many are closed today, while others are switching to virtual or even just delaying for an hour or two. These are at the bottom of your screen during all of our newscasts as well. With the severe weather threat, it's important to know what certain terms mean that our meteorologists say. You should also know the difference between a tornado watch and a tornado warning. A watch means conditions are favorable for possible tornadoes. This is the time to plan and be prepared. A warning means a tornado has been spotted or detected by radar, and you should immediately take action and get to your safe place. When it comes to that safe plan, here's what you need to know. Here's what you need to be doing now before the storms come to your area. Number one, find a safe place to be. Identify a place away from windows with as many walls between you and outside as possible. Have an emergency kit ready. Flashlights, battery-powered radios, water, medications, clothes, and shoes. We'll have more on the severe weather in just a few seconds. And of course, you can keep up with the latest weather updates with the Forewarn Weather app. You can scan that QR code on your, actually you can find it on our website, WTVY.com, where to download it. It's available on all Apple and Android devices. The names you know, update these apps and send you the warnings you need. Our Forewarn meteorologists are staying on top of this severe weather, and you should be too. The app will alert you to watches and warnings, and you can download that right now. We're looking out now from our Skycam at Flowers Hospital. Forewarn meteorologist Zach Webster and Ryan Duggar are both with us this morning. They've been tracking the severe weather. I'm going to send things over to Zach. Good morning. You've already been busy today. Tell us what you're seeing now.
Yeah, Caroline, definitely a very, very busy start. You saw a view of some of that lightning from Flowers Hospital as those storms start to move a little bit closer into our region. There's still a couple places that we're going to be watching as we continue to head throughout the morning. By the way, severe thunderstorm warning in Dothan right now. This has history of producing a tornado as it moved over portions of Walton, Holmes, and Washington counties. I think that tornado threat has come down over about the last 10 minutes or so, but there's definitely going to be some gusty winds, some heavy rain, and a lot of lightning and thunder as that storm continues to move through the region. A tornado warning also in effect for portions of Panama City. We'll have to watch this as it continues to move off toward the north and the east closer to Mariana. Some heavy rain coming down over the about western half of Barber County, some thunder and lightning as well. Scattered showers and thunderstorms over the central portions of the region, and then even farther back off toward our west, now starting to get pretty close to our western counties. This is our main line of thunderstorms. Damaging winds. There could be some embedded tornadoes within that. We'll also have to watch for any of these little cells that pop up just out ahead of the line for the potential for some tornadoes as well. But once this main line of storms moves through the region, we'll start to see that severe weather threat come to an end out across the Wiregrass. See if we can get that graphic bumped forward. There we go. All right. So I will pull this back. It looks like we jumped ahead several graphics there. There's a look at winds across the region right now. A lot of these don't really have much to do with thunderstorms. A lot of these winds out of the south, mostly between 15 and 25 miles per hour. There could be some higher gusts in excess of 35 to 40 miles per hour. And if we have some of those severe thunderstorm warnings, some of those wind gusts could be as high as 70 to 75 miles per hour. Most of the region continues to remain under an enhanced risk severe weather throughout the remainder of the morning. Tornadoes, some of which could be strong, still possible. Damaging winds as well, and lots of heavy rain that we've already seen. A tornado watch continues for all of these counties shaded in red until 7 o'clock this morning. This line continues to march its way across the region throughout the remainder of the morning. 7, 8, 9 o'clock, this line continues to get closer to Dothan. It looks like by around 10 or 11 o'clock, we'll finally start to see that rain move out of the region. Things will start to turn a little bit quieter as we head into the middle of this week. We'll wrap up to have another recap of what's going on right now. Also take a look at what's ahead over the next couple of days coming up.
Thank you so much for those updates, Zach. Of course, like Zach said, we're going to keep checking back in with him and meteorologist Ryan Duggar to keep you updated on what you need to know about these storms. Last night, Michigan from the Big Ten topped Washington from the Pac-12, making this the first national championship title for the Big Ten since 2014. The Michigan Wolverines took the title 34-13. That was all in Houston, as that area of Texas was dealing with a tornado watch. And with that, it's a wrap for college football season. The first games for this year will be at the end of August, and we already can't wait. And check this out. The Auburn University Marching Band received a special honor and some cash from the rock band Metallica. Metallica challenges marching bands at all levels to craft the most exciting and unique performances of their music. The Auburn University Band came in first place in the Collegiate Division I and will get $85,000. They also won the Fan Favorite Award across all divisions, which locked in another $10,000. We're looking out now live from Pineapple Willie's in Panama City Beach, where we've already seen some action this morning. Tornado warnings rolling through the panhandle. Stay tuned. We're watching these storms, and we'll be right back. A forewarned weather day today. Our team of meteorologists has been working hard to keep you updated on what you need to know, and we've been monitoring power outages starting to roll through, some seemingly caused by wind knocking down lines. We gave you an update on this a few minutes ago. We want to show you these maps again. Alabama Power and Wiregrass Electric Co-op are already reporting outages. Dothan Utilities is trying to keep their map updated, but Dothan customers could see some outages as well this morning. There are many closings and delays going on across the Wiregrass as this line of storms rolls through. We've collected them all for you in one place. Just go to WTVY.com and at the top of the page, click the orange banner that says closings and delays. These include schools, city offices, medical centers, and more. Many are closed today, while others are switching to virtual or even just delaying for an hour or two. These are at the bottom of your screen during all of our newscasts. We're taking a live look now at from Flowers Hospital in Dothan. As you can see, that rain starting to come through our area in the Wiregrass. I'm joined now by forward meteorologist Zach Webster for another update on what our forward team is seeing. Zach, what can you tell us now?
Yeah, boy, Caroline, it has really started to pick up here in the Circle City as far as severe weather goes. We've got that one storm that made its way out of Walton County, produced several tornadoes, and now we're starting to get that cell rolling into Dothan. There's a live view out over Flowers, and man, it is really coming down right now. Lots and lots of heavy rain. We have very, very frequent lightning as well. Some fairly gusty winds as well. Obviously, you definitely don't want to be out driving in that. You can just see the sheets of rain as they continue to blow their way across the parking lot there at Flowers Hospital. Let's switch back over to radar. We'll go ahead and dive right in with the storm. By the way, still have that tornado warning just to the north and the east of Panama City. There's a look at that cell in Dothan where you're seeing a little bit more of that pink beginning to show up on radar. That's like where we have some hail coming down. I have seen where we've had some reports of hail in Rehoboth and over closer to Taylor. That could eventually move its way off toward the north and the east into Dothan. And obviously we're going to have to continue to watch that little bit of a hook there just to the west of Madrid. This storm already has history of producing a tornado. It looks like we still have a little bit of a hook, maybe even still a little bit of rotation continuing to stick around. Outside of thunderstorms, quite a bit in the way of winds blowing through the region. Sustained winds at 25 to 30 miles per hour. We've seen gusts of 40, 45 miles per hour. And within some of these stronger storms, we could see some of those gusts as high as 60 or 70 miles per hour. An enhanced risk for severe weather continues for everybody. Well, just about everybody across the Wiregrass throughout much of the rest of the morning, continuing to watch for the potential for tornadoes, a couple of which could be strong, damaging winds, some of those potentially in excess of 75 miles per hour, and lots of heavy rain as well. A tornado watch continues for all those counties shaded in red until 7 o'clock this morning, and this line continues to march its way across the region. Over the next several hours, by around 10, 11 o'clock or so, we'll see this line exit the region and things will start to quiet down as we head into the afternoon. There's a look throughout the rest of the morning. Thunderstorms continue for now. Some rain will continue to stick around until around 10 o'clock or so. Then things start to clear out as we head later into the afternoon. We'll take a closer look at things that are going on right now coming up in just a little bit. We'll be right back after this break.
These showers and storms coming on through the Circle City. Now a tornado warning for this cell. This is a tornado warning cell approaching the city of Dothan. We've been watching this hook area south here, pretty much on the border between, well, I guess it's now over Geneva County, but the majority of it here is into Houston County, right along 231. This is a massive supercell thunderstorm that's been producing rotation and on and off tornadoes for a while. This is a core of really heavy rainfall coming on through the city of Dothan at this point, and areas eastward as well through Houston County. Southward, it's this area that we are watching right along 231. This is now a tornado warned cell, so if you are anywhere really on the south or southeast side of Dothan, you want to be prepared as this cell comes in. A very distinct echo, hook echo has developed here in the past really 5 minutes or so. So here's a look at the rotation. Definitely very good inbound winds, very good outbound winds. We have a very strong area of circulation. That's only a few miles southeast of the National Peanut Festival Fairgrounds. So just crossing 231 there, just southeast of the fairgrounds, moving off to the northeast. Let me back this up just a few frames here, and we'll kind of show you the motion. So there's been the pocket of rotation moving off to the northeast. So that puts areas towards, say, Eastgate Park at risk. Areas on the southeast and east side of Dothan, heads up. When these storms get revved up like this one is, they don't spin down right away. The conditions for producing and keeping tornadoes going are actually increasing across our area. So between Dothan and Ashford, up towards, say, Cowarts and Webb, all of you need to go someplace safe at this point. The lowest level of the structure you're in, the innermost part of that structure, because this storm is going to pack a punch and likely hold together as it moves off to the north and to the east. That's a look at the velocity. Then we go back to the reflectivity. We have a lot of heavy rainfall here to the north, a big pocket of heavy rain across the northern part of Houston County. And you see that ball developing that usually indicates debris in the atmosphere, a debris ball. We don't quite have confirmation of a lot of debris, but that little circle right there, that looks to be a little bit of debris. If I go back here and I compare that to the actual velocity couplet and then the hook, so we're awfully close. That looks to be at least a little bit of debris in the atmosphere from this cell. So this is, again, a look at the winds in the atmosphere using the radar that's up at Fort Nova cell. These are inbound winds blowing from the south to the north. These are outbound winds blowing from the north down to the south. And there's that real tight pocket of rotation. So this is a tornado warned cell, likely producing a tornado not too far away from the circle, really. So now just to the east of the National Peanut Festival Fairgrounds, this is a tornado warned cell with, it looks like, confirmation of a tornado. Look, let me see this. Come here, Zach. Okay, that's some of the hail falling outside the station from that cell that's coming on through. That's one part of this storm is the massive hail. This is likely a tornado, though, approaching Wilson Quarters, Eastgate Park. That area east of Dothan will likely be impacted very severely by this cell as it moves off to the northeast. I'll go back to that reflectivity view right here. So there's a look at that hook. Again, just east of the Peanut Festival Fairgrounds, just east of 231. As we go northward here, check out all that hail. So there was the hail core that Zach just went outside and grabbed that hailstone from the station there. So there it was right here, came right on through the east side of the circle, now moving off to the northeast. So that's the biggest hail I've seen in my life, to be honest with you. That's probably almost tennis ball, between golf ball and tennis ball size hail. And we also have, again, a very distinct hook echo. So rain here, hail to the north. That hail core looks a little bit better, but that pocket of rotation and that hook echo, very distinct. So this is likely a tornado in Houston County, not too far away from the circle. Let me go back and track exactly how far away it is from the southeast side of the circle down to that area of rotation. We're talking 4 miles. So pretty close here to the actual circle of Dothan, the southeast side. It is tracking off to the northeast. So again, Ashford heads up to you. Webb in particular heads up to you. That cell is moving in your direction. And this is what we look for on Doppler radar, a hook like that shows where we have winds blowing out, winds blowing in, and there's that pocket of rotation now just to the east, northeast of the National Peanut Festival Fairgrounds. We'll zoom in here just a little bit tighter. Excuse me, there's 231. There's the Peanut Festival Fairgrounds, and this area of rotation moving up there towards Wilson Quarters. So Highway 53 there off to the northeast. Zach, you were outside real quick. Tell me what you're seeing in the city of Dothan as we track this rotation.
Yeah, things are starting to kind of wind down, at least in Dothan.
You're muted there, Mike. Exactly.
All right. Hopefully we have me now. Yeah, stepped outside right as that hail was coming down. It looks like things starting to wind down at least a little bit, at least kind of in downtown Dothan. I'm looking at the view from Flowers Hospital. It's definitely looking a lot calmer now than it was about 10 minutes ago, but I could hear the hail hitting on the roof as David hopped on to cover this tornado warning and wound up with some pretty good size hail. I'll walk back off screen right quick and grab this. It's still hanging in there despite sitting here inside in some of the warmer temperatures of the inside. This was probably closer to about ping pong ball size hail to about tennis ball size hail when I first grabbed it, and obviously it's melted quite a bit since I brought it back inside. But as David mentioned, that's probably about the biggest hail that I've ever seen, and fortunately it looks like things starting to wind down at least for a little bit here in the Circle City.
Yeah, as far as the hail goes in the city of Dothan, but this tornado is ongoing here in Houston County. There's Highway 53, there's Eastgate Park. We're looking to the southeast side of the city of Dothan. The outbound winds are increasing, the inbound very strong. This is a strengthening tornado. That's Willie Varnum Road. You might know this area where 53 goes down to the south. You have Willie Varnum Road that breaks off. That's where the tornado will pass, likely just south of that intersection, developing and strengthening area of rotation. There's a look at, debris ball. There's been a debris ball showing up with this, and actually this enhancement of the reflectivity is a look at where the debris is showing up in the atmosphere. That's not all rain, that's some debris showing up here. So just to the south of Wilson Quarters, again, where Willie Varnum Road breaks off from 53, goes southward, that's the tornado right now moving towards Eastgate Park. So if you are in that area, we're talking about the east side, southeast side of the city of Dothan, you want to be someplace safe. This is that debris signature showing up there on Doppler radar. Again, south of 53, probably now crossing Willie Varnum Road. It will cross 53 as well, somewhere up towards Eastgate Park as it moves to the northeast. So there's the latest scan there, right there, crossing 53, now just to the east of Willie Varnum Road, Wilson Quarters. In that area, you need to be someplace safe, and if you're out ahead of the cell, you need to be someplace safe as well. That is a very distinct signature on Doppler radar. Give it a new, we'll get a new scan in here in just a minute or so, but this area is moving off to the northeast and will continue moving in that direction. So there's a look back at the rotation really tightening up there north of Keaton's, just south now of that intersection of 53 and Willie Varnum Road. If you extrapolate the future movement here, that takes us towards Eastgate Park and then somewhere between Cowers and 84. And again, once these cells rev up like this, they don't go away right away. There's a good chance that this area of rotation will hold together and may carry all the way through Houston County and up into Henry County. So improving conditions in Dothan as far as that hail goes. There could be some hail here on the east side towards Southeast Health, but as we go down to the south there along 53, there's the pocket of rotation. This is actually debris in the atmosphere approaching Eastgate Park and not too far away. We're talking about 3 miles away from Highway 84. It will be there in no time. That puts Cowards and areas just to the east of Cowards at risk. You want to be someplace safe, the lowest level of the structure you're in a closet. You can watch this on the 401 Weather app. This is the pocket of rotation now. It is off to the east of 53. It is south of 84, so very near Eastgate Park. Thankfully missing the majority of the neighborhoods, which don't extend that far away. But if you live in this rural area, you want to be someplace safe. If you know someone, call them until they answer and get them someplace safe. This is a confirmed tornado. We can confirm it on Doppler radar. We have very strong outbound and inbound winds. We know the rotation is evident. If we look at the reflectivity, we have a very good hook echo here. And then if we look at our debris tracker product, we've got some indication right in through here of debris in the atmosphere. So this is a storm that is rotating. It is continuing to intensify as it moves to the northeast, and we're watching that rotation here. These outbound winds, these winds blowing in this direction, are strengthening, and that gives us a good idea that we have intensification ongoing. This, by the way, is a core of very strong straight line winds coming in from the southeast, blowing to the north and to the northwest. So these are carrying on through the northern part of Houston County. That's separate from the actual rotation area, which is right here. So you've got, if you're in the path of this, a batch of really strong winds that come on through and some hail mixed in 2 areas north. And then you've got the actual tornado. So this is very close to Eastgate Park at this point. What we don't have, thankfully, yet is the really bright colors pixel to pixel, which would indicate a very strong tornado, which is some good news. But this is a bad scenario. When you look at the radar and you see outbound and inbound like this, a broad area of rotation. This is a tornado warning cell here about to cross 84 between Cowarts and Ashford, actually pretty close to Cowarts when it comes up there to 84. So there's a look at Cowarts, there's Eastgate Park, there's a look at, let's see here, Sanitary Dairy Road, that goes down to Eastgate Park. So that area just east of Sanitary Dairy Road, and then just north of Eastgate Park is the area being impacted at this point. That takes it pretty close to Avon there along 84. We're looking at the rotation in the atmosphere from this cell, which has a tornado warning on it. Now, the hook may be a little more messy, a little messier now than it was. If we go back here, you can kind of see that area of rotation now crossing 84 just to the east of Cowarts. And we have a lot of farmland and a lot of houses in this area of Houston County. So you want to be someplace safe. Again, I can't stress that enough. The lowest level of the structure you're in. A couple different looks at the velocity view. I like this view a little bit better because it takes into account the forward motion of the speed, and it is moving at a pretty good clip northward. So we've got that area of rotation crossing 84 now just to the east. We're on the east side, really, of Cowarts. There's the city of Dothan back behind me. And this is a batch of really strong winds, I should mention as well, ahead of that area of rotation. That's the warmer and more humid air that fuels this circulation. That's coming up through Ashford right now. So what you're seeing in Ashford are not tornado winds. It's actually the inflow into this circulation, and that carries off to the north and to the west here. So areas north of Cowarts seeing some really heavy rainfall and very gusty winds as well. And then there's that pocket of rotation. That will be pretty close to Enon Road there as it crosses 84. So if you live anywhere along Enon Road, just to the east of Cowarts, you are in the direct path of this tornado. Areas to the northwest and west and southwest now, even though you're in that tornado warning still, you're safe for the time being. There's a pocket of rotation for reference. The city of Dothan right here. This is all Houston County. That's Highway 84 east of town. These are strong winds. Ashford over towards Gordon coming in and fueling that circulation. These are strong straight line winds approaching Webb at this point, and there's that pocket of circulation. You see a little enhancement right here. When we see the brightening of the pixels, we know that storm is strengthening. So it will cycle a little bit, but the general trend here has been to see some strengthening of that actual circulation. And there's a look back over the past, how long has it been now? 10, 15 minutes. It came through areas just south and east of the Peanut Festival Fairgrounds, and now crossing 84, we are looking just east of Cowarts, pretty close to Enon there, for that circulation to move over. That's, let's see, Avon right there. There's 84 to the south, and here's the broad area. It's not as distinct as it was, which is some good news. It looks like it may be a broader rotation now up in the sky. I'm not seeing that distinct debris signature. Let me go back there. We had a little pocket. So there was the debris right here, and then it became a little more diffuse. It looks like it's this pocket right here where we're seeing debris in the atmosphere, which is actually crossing 84 now between Cowarts and Ashford. There's a look at the reflectivity view. Different angles here, and these radar images come in about once every minute or 2 minutes. So a lot of data to digest here as we analyze it live. But there's that area of rotation now north of 84, the area basically east and northeast now of Cowarts, and that will take it up towards the 52 corridor. Areas likely just to the east of Webb. A very good shot of warm, humid air fueling that pocket of rotation. So very gusty winds in Ashford now, in Pansy over towards Gordon, Columbia as well. We'll see that gusty wind come in, and Webb will be awfully close to this pocket of rotation as it moves off to the northeast. May pass just to the east there of Webb, between Webb and Pierce, and just to the west of Barber here in Houston County, kind of the north central part of Houston County. A very distinct cell. It did have a core of hail with it as well, and that is now extending up that heavy rainfall and the hail potential into the southern part here of Henry County, areas south and southwest of Haleburg, and now Webb southward to Ashford. There's the pocket of rotation and that hook, which isn't as well defined as it was, but it still has the potential to tighten back up again as it moves off to the north and to the east. Here's a big view of that storm as it tracks to the northeast. That brought the hail into the city of Dothan, the biggest hail I've seen in my entire life, which is saying something. It moves to the northeast here into Henry County, and then kind of looking forward up into parts of Early County as well. A very distinct hook still, comet shape, still showing up with this cell, and that's why we have a tornado warning on it. These tend to move a little to the right of the general flow in the atmosphere because they want to have the best access to the warm and humid inflow. So these storms tend to curve a little bit to the right. So keeping that in mind, the actual tornado potential track may be areas into Early County here before too long, may clip kind of the southeastern part of Henry County. So if you're watching from the Blakely area, westward or northwestward, you want to be ready for that potential tornado to move in as well. There's a look at the reflectivity view and then the velocity view here. There's the radar and echo. These are outbound, these are inbound winds. So there's that pocket of rotation now just to the east of Webb, just north of 84 as the track's off to the northeast at a pretty good clip. A tornado warning cell that is occurring ahead of the main line of storms. We'll see a whole lot more come in during the morning hours. This is kind of the beginning threat window that we are seeing, and this is just one of many storms that may produce tornadoes across our area. Southward, I'll mention, south of I-10, there's another cell down there. That one also has a lot of rotation with it, a tornado warning cell. These are in an environment, excuse me, that are the environment is capable and increasingly supportive of isolated tornadoes. So these cells out ahead of the main line, which is back to the west, all will have the potential to rotate and at times produce tornadoes. So we're looking for two things. We're looking for the rotation, of course, and usually strong rotation will prompt a tornado warning. And then once we have that strong rotation, we're looking for signs of that rotation reaching the ground and then producing damage. And this one has done that. It's produced some damage, some debris showing up on radar in Houston County. As it goes northward here, we're losing some of the definition of that rotation pocket, which is some great news. North of 84 here, right along Enon Road, just now to the east of Cowers, northeast of Cowers, we still have some weak rotation showing up. This is not as strong as it was, and we're not seeing any of that debris signature on Doppler radar. So there's been some improvement with this cell. There's been weakening with this cell. Not to say it's going away, or not to say that rotation area can't come back, because sometimes it does come back. It kind of reforms in a different area. So with that in mind, as we look at the reflectivity view here, heavy rainfall, hail into Henry County, and now just maybe a little bit of a new hook perhaps trying to form. So that's the fear, and what we're watching for is a new pocket of rotation forming where the one kind of fell apart. Now a new area forms off to the north and to the east of where that one was. So that would put any potential rotation here between Pleasant Plains and Columbia, more or less, just north of 84. A lot of lightning strikes in that area also. If we zoom in here a little bit, there's that hook maybe trying to take shape once again towards Sigma. That is north of 52. We'll go back to the storm relative velocity view here, and there's a pocket that will move up into that area. So not a distinct signature here of a tornado. This is, though, a signature of very strong straight line winds. The general flow in the atmosphere, as you know, maybe you've been up all night because you've been hearing metal or something clanging around. The general flow in the atmosphere is 20 to 30 miles per hour, even away from the thunderstorm. So you get the storms to interact with that strong wind flow in the atmosphere. All of a sudden you get gusts here in excess of 40, 50, even 60 miles per hour. So these are straight line winds, very strong, coming out through the eastern part here of Houston County, approaching Columbia, the 52 corridor, southward on 95 to areas around Gordon and even west of Gordon along 84. The inflow into this cell, very, very strong. This is worth watching here, just north of Webb. There's a new, looks like a little bit of a pocket here that might try to develop. What we look for on radar is an enhancement basically of the winds. Usually you see an enhancement of the winds tighten, the circulation strengthens up above, and then sometimes that can be translated down to the ground. So areas just now to the west of Pleasant Plains. Let's go back to the reflectivity here. So that little hook, that's almost a little hook too. That little hook right here looks like it may be a new circulation trying to form, and that is within that tornado warning area, the northern part of Houston County, about to move into the southern part of Henry County. So there's, look at 134, Headland right here. There's Kinsey, there's Granbury Crossroads, and that may be the new pocket that's trying to form. A very strong circulation, a very good inflow jet still evident. You see that area in blue. Those are strong winds blowing up like this towards that radar site. So there's more than likely going to be another tornado that forms from this cell. These big circulations will sometimes cycle. They'll produce a tornado that will weaken for one reason or another, and then that circulation continues to organize and puts down another tornado. There's a lot of energy in the atmosphere as we go through the morning hours here. Temperatures are rising. The moisture coming in from the Gulf is increasing. So parameters for producing tornadoes looking better and better, and this is a cell that's been rotating for a long time, again going way back down to areas south of I-10 in the Panhandle, and it continues to rotate as it moves towards the southern part of Henry County. So there's Houston County, there's Henry County, there's Headland and 431, Granbury Crossroads right here. There's that new pocket of rotation that looks to be organizing. We'll see the new scan come in and see if that rotation area is tighter. I would say go someplace safe here, the southern part of Henry County, and then into the far northern part here of Houston County, but anywhere northeast here, even towards Columbia, and then into the northern part of Early County. You want to be someplace safe because this cell isn't just producing a tornado at times, it's also producing very strong winds here in that area of blue, Haleburg southward to Columbia, and the fear is that the pocket of rotation here may try to strengthen once again. It looks like this new scan came in and it's not showing tightening of that area of rotation, which is definitely some good news. So at this point, even though we have a tornado warning in effect, we're not seeing any confirmation on Doppler radar of an actual tornado. Still, very strong winds, even where there's no rain here. As I mentioned, Columbia, southward of Gordon, there's no rain there, but there's a very strong inflow of winds coming in from the southeast. And then northward and west of Haleburg, we have a lot of heavy rainfall and the potential still for some hail. I'm going to go back here because Zach, maybe I'll go back to you in a second here. Zach had that hailstone, and here's a look at the hail potential. It didn't even show up in the city of Dothan, but if we go back to the reflectivity, let me go back just a little bit here on the scan. So when that came through the city of Dothan right here, that pocket of purple was very large hail. The southwest side of the circle, that was back at 547, came through the central and eastern part of the city. That hail core is weaker now. Looks like maybe some of it moving into the northern part of Early County, but go to Zach. I mean, the hailstone maybe is surviving a little bit still.
Got it. I've got it just sitting here on a paper towel so it doesn't just melt all over our desk and get everything wet. This was probably up close to maybe even tennis ball size hail by the time I found it outside. There's a look of it in my hand there. Again, this is probably about tennis ball sized hail when this first hit the ground, and it's continued to sit here in the weather station for the last 20 minutes or so, and it's still holding pretty steady at golf ball to ping pong ball size hail. So definitely quite a bit in the way of large hail coming down across Dothan, in addition to the tornado that we had on the ground over the southern portions of Houston County. I do want to make a note, David, we have the new tornado watch that is out until 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Obviously places like Houston County, Dothan, places like that, you probably won't stay under that tornado watch until 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but I wanted to go ahead and make mention of that. We do have that tornado watch that covers the rest of the Wiregrass and then over into Georgia. That goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. And then also, obviously, our main focus has to be that tornado warning that's still in Houston and making its way into Henry County. We also have a tornado warning that's starting to make its way pretty close to the far southern portions of Jackson County. I believe there has been a tornado on the ground with that. I would have to look around a little bit more to confirm that, but eventually, if that continues to hold together as it moves off toward the north and the east, that starts making its way toward Mariana over the next several minutes. I see that David's pulled up debris tracker there. There may be a little bit of something there right to the east of Highway 231. That is definitely a very, very strong area of rotation.
So there was, I was mentioning earlier, when you see the really tightening of the pixels. Okay, so what I was mentioning earlier, when you see the tightening of the pixels of that circulation, you get really bright colors right next to each other. So we're seeing that with that cell. This is down in the Panhandle, and there's a look at that hail that came on through the city of Dothan. So we're watching this cell. It's south of our area now, but it's not too far away from Jackson County. So this is a new one. And again, I'm going to go big view on this and show you the pocket of rotation and how it's been organizing and moving off to the northeast. There's no reason why this won't continue up into Jackson County and then then maybe into Houston County or Early County over the next 45 minutes or so. That pocket of rotation really tightening, the brightening of the colors as circulation is probably putting down a tornado at this point, approaching the southern part of Jackson County. So anyone in Jackson County, especially areas south of Mariana, eventually towards Mariana, you want to be someplace safe now. I'd go, if I were living in Mariana at this point, I would go someplace safe and just ride out this storm because it is moving at a good clip, moving off to the northeast, will be packing a punch as it comes on through, and the flow in the atmosphere will take it off to the northeast there and then into Houston County. So watching a couple areas across, excuse me, the Wiregrass, the one area here, Henry County into Early County, and then pointing southward there into the southern part of Jackson County, watching that cell as well because that is potentially going to produce a tornado up into parts of the Wiregrass. This cell here still looking strong, not as strong as it was when it came on through Houston County. Haleburg now some pretty good rainfall into the northern part of Early County, and then still watching what looks to be the remnant hook here south of Haleburg off to the northwest of Columbia. There's still some rotation with that cell, but it's not as strong as it was. Just a little hint of outbound here, definitely some inbound winds. So the circulation has really weakened. That tornado warning has gone away as a result of the weakening of this cell, but there's still a very good flow in from the Gulf of Mexico. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning for this cell that carries through a good chunk of eastern Henry County and then parts of Early County and points northeastward as well. So a little bit of good news in that sense. As we go through time, we'll keep watching what is happening down to the south of us and then westward as well. The main line of storms here lining up from just west of Troy now into Covington County, Andalusia, southward to the coast. This whole area has severe thunderstorm warnings, and we were mentioning yesterday that more than likely all of us will be under a severe thunderstorm warning when the main line comes through. I would stick to that prediction today, especially the Tallahassee counties. Tallahassee covers, let's see, Coffee County, Dale County, areas north here covered by the National Weather Service office in Birmingham. They don't issue as many warnings, so I wouldn't be surprised if Pike does not see a warning from that line, but I'll bet you anything that Tallahassee issues warnings, of blanket warnings across the area as this line comes on through, because within that line we'll have the chance for some gusty winds and maybe some more rotation to develop within this area as well over the next couple hours. We've got that tornado warning in well, approaching Jackson County, the area of weakening rotation approaching the northern part and northwestern part of Henry County, and I guess of Early County and eastern parts here of Henry County, and then some showers mixed in between. That's a look at downtown and Enterprise at this point as we get some of that heavier rainfall to move on through. So still a lot to watch. The one cell came on through, again, Houston County with reports of large hail, and we've physically backed that up by seeing a big hailstone here at the station and some debris showing up earlier on Doppler radar from that cell that came on through Houston County, a very distinct area of rotation. We'll back this up a little bit because we got a little bit of a break here in the intense weather action, but there's a pocket of rotation that was in Holmes County, clipped parts there of Geneva County, moved into Houston County, south of Rehoboth, and then kind of wound up there off to the east and northeast of Rehoboth, south and southeast of Dothan. So at this point here, back at 5:51, this was producing a tornado between 231 and 53, and then we had a little bit of a debris signature as well that crossed over 53, close to where Willie Varnum Road breaks off, that general area of Houston County. Hard to see, but right here, that little hole, almost hole, that's some debris in the atmosphere that was caused by that tornado. So we've got Doppler confirmation of at least one tornado so far in the Wiregrass in Houston County. That cell off to the northeast, much weaker now, so a severe thunderstorm warning, some gusty winds from that cell, but not looking at that tornado threat any longer. That cell's moving away from the more favorable atmosphere, and when that happens, they'll tend to weaken. But I'll tell you what, from where this cell is in Jackson County, all the way up through Dothan up towards Troy, and then down here, down to the southwest, where we have that main line, this whole area is primed for more rotating storms. We've got the inflow of the very warm and humid air coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, and we have a very strong batch of winds in the atmosphere that will support more rotation as we go through time. So I know you guys are watching it as well. This storm here in Jackson County is going to be the one to really watch over the next several minutes and maybe over the next hour, depending on how long it holds together. That's some really strong rotation now into Jackson County. A tornado warning cell approaching Mariana, and this will likely hold together probably through Jackson County and up into Henry County or Houston County. Over the next, half hour, 45 minutes or so. Very strong outbound and inbound winds, a very strong pocket, I should mention here, of straight line winds out ahead of that area of rotation as well. And this is a storm that is in an environment that is supportive of tornadoes. In fact, we have that Doppler confirmation with this cell as well. So this is approaching our area. Maybe you're watching us on antenna in Jackson County. Mariana, though, you are right in the path of this storm. This is a confirmed tornado, a Doppler radar confirmed tornado. That's a debris signature showing up there in Jackson County. We have a lot of rainfall in Mariana, very gusty winds in Mariana as well, and we have that hook echo approaching the city. Now, this comes through the city producing a tornado. There's a lot of infrastructure there. You've got a lot of people, of course, around Mariana. This is a storm you want to take seriously and get someplace safe before that circulation moves in. The lowest level of the structure you're in is the place to go. There's that circulation. It was in Washington County. It moved up into Jackson County, and it's really, it's just really, really strong, and it continues to, looks like, come together. A very good inflow area right here showing up. So winds are blowing up like this, and then over, and then back down and around. We've got that circulation. So we've got a broad circulation in the atmosphere, and we've got a little pocket of very, very intense winds right where we have that tornado occurring at this point. So there's 231, Round Lake, Compass Lake. You might know those areas. Just to the east of there in Jackson County, very strong rotation and a tornado with this rotation right here moving off to the northeast, and that will take it up towards the city of Mariana in probably, how far away are we on that? Give me an estimate on the distance there if you can, Ryan. So there's the pocket that we're watching. There's the city of Mariana. We're not too far away. Let's measure from right here to right here if you can. And we're 11 miles away. So that'll be covered in probably 10 minutes, given the fact that the storm is moving at a pretty good clip. So you've got about, really from the south side, you've got a lot of activity here south of Mariana towards I-10. You're maybe 7 minutes away from being impacted by a potential tornado, a tornado now that may hold together as it moves up into that part of Mariana. So there's a strong rotation, very good inflow showing up here, very strong winds. This is a core of straight line winds that will move in ahead of the actual tornado. In fact, right along I-10 now, the winds are increasing as this pocket moves up into that part of Jackson County. That has prompted a new tornado warning to be issued for Jackson County areas northeast of where this cell is. So there's the old warning right here. There's the new polygon warning that's in effect as we go through time. It'll be in effect as long as we have rotation with this cell. So the expiration time doesn't really matter. We'll keep watching the actual rotation with this storm and see if it continues to organize and produce a tornado. Mariana could be maybe just, well, it could be pretty close to downtown, the way it looks now, given this track here. We'll see if it cycles, if it kind of reforms. Sometimes, again, these will reform a tornado in a different spot, but it looks like that tornado right here is happening at this point. It may try to form a little bit farther to the east. There's certainly a very big area of rotation in the atmosphere, and this will carry up into the northern part of Jackson County and may clip Houston County, may move into Seminole County, and then it all takes aim on Early County as well. A couple different radar views here of that circulation, and it's evident from all the different radars that we have in our area. This is one that is certainly concerning as we go through time, and we're going to keep covering this closely as it moves really into our coverage area here before too long. You guys are also watching what's happening back to the west. Zach, what are you seeing with those storms in the western part of the Wiregrass, the main line that we're watching?
Yeah, I think it's very important to keep an eye not only on that squall line, but for some of those storms that are popping up out ahead of that line. You notice over around Florala, Geneva making its way into Enterprise. You get some of those cells that develop out ahead of the line in the environment, very much in a spot to where you could see some tornadoes be produced in some of those hails, some of those storms out ahead of the line. There's a view in Enterprise right now. Some heavy rain coming down, lots of lightning, some gusty winds as well. And this has been a very, very common sight for several locations around the Wiregrass as that rain has moved through the region. If we can, let's go back to radar. Just want to point out a couple things. Ryan, if you'll take that back to reflectivity right quick. There's your main line starting to move through the central portions of Covington County into Okaloosa County, now starting to move out of Crenshaw County and into the far northern portions, that far northwest corner of Coffee County. All these cells that are kind of developing out ahead of it, south of Florala to the west of Geneva, some right over Enterprise. Again, as I mentioned earlier, they're in an environment to where these cells can produce tornadoes, and there may even still be enough energy in the atmosphere to where one or two of those tornadoes could potentially be strong. We may be dealing with that very, very close to Mariana right now. So right now, obviously, the main focus is going to be that tornado producing storm near Mariana, but we're also going to have to watch these storms farther back off toward our west, right out ahead of the line. Those also have the potential to produce some tornadoes, some of which could be strong, and then we'll also have to watch for damaging winds, and there could be some embedded tornadoes as that main line of thunderstorms rolls through the region. Now, once the line does move through, you're done with the severe weather for the day. So most of Crenshaw County, you're basically done. Northwest corner of Covington County to the northwest of Andalusia, you're pretty much done with the severe weather for the day. And then for now, moving through the central portions of Okaloosa counties where we're seeing that line right now. And as that pushes through, we'll see that severe weather threat come to an end. I do have a couple of power outages to talk about. I've been keeping up with the Facebook comments. We're also live on our Facebook page at WTVY. Power outages in Taylor, Newville, and Headland. And we've also had several reports of large hail, obviously, that we saw in portions of Houston County probably about an hour, 45 minutes ago. And I've also seen some reports of cracked windshields. So not only have we seen large hail in Houston County, we have seen hail large enough to cause some auto damage, at the very least, crack some windshields. So lots of damage that's starting to pop up around the region, and it's coming from more than just damaging winds and tornadoes. We're also getting potentially some auto damage as well, at the very least, from some of that large hail that came down earlier.
Have you gone out there and checked the parking lot?
I have not done that yet, but I can.
Yeah, one of you go take a peek at the cars in the back, and let's just see if we have any. So we had the hail come on through the city of Dothan. We got some props here. You know, there's a tennis ball, there's a golf ball. What we saw was basically between tennis ball and golf ball size hail in the city of Dothan, especially downtown and points eastward. It wasn't so bad on the west side of town, but from downtown eastward, we had hail. I'm guessing probably tennis ball size hail over parts of the Circle City. It was a very potent storm when it came on through. That was from that tornado warning cell, which is now up into parts of Georgia, and it is just a shadow of what it was about an hour ago. So some good news with that cell. Now the cell that is in Jackson County is very strong, approaching Mariana right now. A tornado warning cell. It looks like it'll pass just to the east of Mariana, and then we have more cells back to the west that are bearing watching as well, because any of these over the next couple hours, 2, maybe 3 hours, may produce tornadoes from where we're looking here in Jackson County back to the west towards that main line that is lining up there through, say, Covington County and points north and south of there. So there's a look at Mariana. There's a look at the pocket of rotation, and it looks like we have a very strong, broad area of rotation with a couple tight pockets mixed in. Excuse me. Just south of Mariana, looking at that pocket of rotation in the atmosphere. Not seeing any significant debris at this point with that rotation, which is some good news because we had that just a little bit earlier. We had a little debris hole showing up there on this debris tracker product. Not seeing it at this point, but boy, that is a very formidable hook just south of Mariana here. There's I-10, so that is crossing I-10, likely passing just to the east of downtown Mariana. A very strong hook echo showing up on Doppler radar, and probably some hail to mix in as well. Areas northwest and north of Mariana. This is all tracking off to the northeast. And again, if this holds together, it may carry into parts of Houston County, maybe in a Seminole County. This is in an environment that is very favorable for tornadoes, and that is a very strong hook echo showing up here on Doppler radar. A couple different radar views. Again, inbound, outbound, the green and the almost orange color showing up here. If we use the storm relative velocity, this is a very distinct area of rotation. Even though we're not seeing a very defined hole showing up, this is probably all some bits of debris in the atmosphere, I would guess, looking at the Doppler radar here, just south of Mariana, right along 73 and I-10 basically. And it's moving to the northeast, and there's, again, no reason why this won't hold together for a while longer. And if we zoom in here, that is incredible to see that kind of rotation approaching I-10 and areas probably just east of downtown Mariana. Very strong winds in Mariana right now. These are winds blowing from the south up to the northwest, and we have very strong winds here. The broad circulation is basically centered right over I-10 and Highway 73 here in Jackson County. So the center of this rotation area will pass just east of Mariana. It'll cross Highway 90 and maybe pretty close to the Highway 71 and I-10 corridor, maybe just northward to Highway 90. So watching this broad area of rotation with tightening occurring right along I-10 here, it will pass just to the east of Mariana. We've got a lot of businesses right here, the 71 intersection with I-10 that leads up to Mariana. You've got, think about all the big box stores, the restaurants that are in this area. That circulation will pass over a very densely populated and an area with a lot of structures. No damage?
No hail from what I could see outside.
Any damage to the vehicles that you've seen, Ryan?
Not that I've seen.
Okay.
Out there, no.
Whew. We'll see. we'll check because there was some big hail. Speaking of big, this is a big area of rotation. That looks like a donut hole. That is actually the rotation, the circulation wrapping up here on the south side of Mariana. If we go back to the velocity view here, there's the likely tornado right along I-10 now. And again, this is a very populated area here just south and southeast of Mariana. There's Highway 73, there's Highway 71, there's the tornado right along I-10. You have very strong inbound, outbound, gate-to-gate shear is pretty intense. You guys, give me a pixel on that, Ryan, or Zach, give me a pixel query on these two pixels, inbound, outbound. This is storm relative, looking at the 72 and against the 42, so you've got 114 miles per hour of shear between two pixels. When you see that, that means tornado. So we've got confirmation of a tornado here on Doppler radar as we look at the circulation, as we look at the debris ball. That is debris in the atmosphere, debris being lofted, and it's getting bigger. So boy, not good to see this. Again, a very populated area. This is in the city of Mariana, just to the southeast of the city. I guess the best view right now is this. So there's Mariana, there's 71, it connects with 90, then it goes southward to I-10. A lot of commerce in this area, and we've got that confirmed tornado, the southeast side of Mariana, moving to the northeast. So areas on the east side of Mariana, eventually the northeast side of Mariana, you've got to be someplace safe. This is moving in at this point, a Doppler radar confirmed tornado in Jackson County. If you're away from the actual tornado circulation, you've got very strong winds in the atmosphere. Strong winds in Mariana, straight line winds. There's a rotation area moving off to the northeast, so it's pretty much near 71 and 90. And that area just east of Mariana, the area that goes from I-10 up to 90 and then over towards downtown Mariana. Downtown Mariana, in this area, of course, the rotation is right here. It is passing pretty much right at that intersection of 71 and 90 on the east side of Mariana. A Doppler radar confirmed tornado. That is a debris signature, an area in the atmosphere where debris is being lofted up from that very strong circulation. So bigger view here, we're looking at Jackson County, south of Houston County. I guess it's being hidden there by the I-10 corridor little logo. So there it is, Mariana. There's the debris signature. There's a border with Houston County. This is moving off to the northeast. So a tornado warned storm for areas northeast of there in Jackson County. Again, you want to be someplace safe if you are anywhere in Mariana, eastward or northeastward. Also likely some hail mixed in with this cell over parts of Jackson County, and that will take it up towards maybe Seminole County, Steam Mill, maybe parts of Houston County, which are under that tornado warning as well from this storm in Jackson County. A very strong area of rotation. Very distinct debris signature showing up on Doppler radar, so confirmation here. Mariana is one of the bigger cities, if you look at the Wiregrass as a whole, one of the bigger cities in the area, so we've got a lot of people that are kind of clustered here around Mariana, and that is a very powerful storm, a Doppler radar confirmed tornado with this cell. Man, that's just not something you want to see anywhere, especially over an area with a lot of businesses and a lot of people. So just east now, just east, a half mile east of downtown Mariana, we've got a Doppler radar confirmed tornado crossing Highway 90 now, where 71 meets 90. That's where the tornado is. There's 71 as it goes northward here. That will pass just to the east of 71 and continue moving off to the northeast and produce damage along the way. Tell me again. Springfield Road. That is where my director is talking to me. Do you have damage reported there?
No, it's in Jackson County where that tornado. Not sure how close that is to the actual tornado, but that's down in Jackson County, close to where that is.
Yeah. So there's a close-up look there of that rotation area. So there's Mariana right here. There's 90. There's 71, and here's that gate-to-gate shear, which is very, very intense. So the tornado centered right here could be a bigger one. Looking at that kind of return on the velocity, you've got a lot of very strong winds in the atmosphere just now to the east of 71, now just to the north of Highway 90, generally northeast now of the city of Mariana, tracking off to the northeast here through a good chunk of Jackson County as we go through the next half hour at least. Broad circulation, really tightening here over the past several minutes as it comes on through areas around Jackson County and Mariana, and again, a Doppler radar confirmed tornado with this cell. There's the debris signature. You see Chipola Terrace, so Chipola College not too far away. A lot of activity up here as well, north and northeast of the city of Mariana. A lot of people in the path of the storm. This is a very distinct debris signature. These are two different radars too, showing that debris. This is using the Red Bay, the Echo Eglin Air Force Base radar, and then looking at the Fort Novacell radar, you still see that same debris signature. And there's a look at the Tallahassee radar. So you've got three different radars looking at this cell, and they're all seeing the debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. When you think about how high the beam is over Jackson County and Mariana, you're talking thousands of feet up of debris being lofted up into the atmosphere from this storm. So a very powerful storm for sure. A couple different radar views here as we scan the different radars. We're kind of right in between the three different radars, about equidistance from Fort Novacell, Eglin, and Tallahassee. So all of them showing that very strong area of rotation northeast of Mariana, a Doppler radar confirmed tornado in Jackson County from this storm. And we'll kind of zoom in here as we look at what is happening just east now of Mariana, just to the south and east of Chipola Terrace. This is a look at outbound and inbound winds, and there's that probably pretty big tornado, I would say, looking at that kind of a velocity signature. If we go back to the reflectivity, there's a very strong hook with it as well. So this is a classic supercell thunderstorm. Lots of heavy rainfall to the north. You've got the actual inflow right here producing this area of no returns, and then you've got the circulation right in through here, and this is a rear flank downdraft. These are winds blowing on the backside down. So all of that is culminating in this rotation area right here, and that tornado, which is clustered right there. If you break down the meteorology of this cell, there's the actual tornado. This is outflow. That's the inflow, that's rain and hail, and then there's a tornado right in the middle. This is tracking to the northeast, so Lovedale, Highway 69, you want to be someplace safe. The central northern part of Jackson County, this is a tornado warning storm, not just a tornado warning storm, but a confirmed tornado with this cell as it moves on through Jackson County. Mariana, you're okay for now. You're kind of getting the downdraft on the backside of that circulation, but if you are anywhere east of Chipola Terrace, east and southeast of Greenwood, this is the tornado moving off to the northeast, and it is packing a punch. If we go back to the debris signature, there it is, the debris signature, very distinct here. There's Highway 71 just east of 71, just northeast of Mariana. A Doppler radar confirmed tornado. The circulation very strong with this cell. Again, a couple different looks based on which radar we look at here, but they're all showing the same thing. That center of circulation is moving to the northeast, so looks like this is a little more updated. There's 71 and Chipola Terrace, so we're just east and northeast of there. Now safely east and northeast of the city of Mariana, but boy, this storm is really, really strong at this point.
They have upgraded that tornado warning to a PDS tornado warning, mentioning a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Mariana, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. That was at 6:36, so just a couple minutes ago. They have recently updated that to a PDS tornado warning.
And the reason for that is we've got confirmation of debris on the radar, and it's been there for a long time. As I mentioned, it's a very large circulation and is producing a fairly big debris ball at this point, and it shows no signs of weakening. Let me show you the big parent storm here. It's a monster, and it's moving towards the southern part of Houston County. So if you are in the southeastern corner of Houston County, be ready. This storm, well, some of it will clip the county for sure, but the actual circulation may be awfully close to Houston County before it's all said and done. Steam Mill, you are, looks like to be in the direct path of this storm. Again, sometimes these move a little to the right of the general flow northeastward, so it may curve a little east of northeast, maybe more east-northeast as we go through time, and it will eventually outrun the better tornado-producing conditions, which is some good news, the farther northeast it goes, so there should be weakening down the road. But in the short term, it is still a very strong tornado coming on through Jackson County. It did cross I-10, crossed over Highway 90 just east of downtown Mariana. It looks a little more diffuse now than it was even 10 minutes ago, but the circulation is still wrapped up pretty good. A couple different radar views here, and you can really tell here, look how big that circulation is. It's 2-3 miles in diameter, so the actual tornado is smaller than that, but it's still probably I would hate to even venture a guess, probably a half mile at some point. Wouldn't surprise me at all given that structure that we've seen here on Doppler radar. Again, we're kind of between different radars, so we're going to get different views of that circulation, but all of them show that circulation generally just to the east and southeast of Greenwood, now off to the northeast of Chipola Terrace. This area in blue, that's not associated with the actual tornado, but that's the inflow into the tornado. This is a look at the velocity view, the pure velocity view from the radar at Fort Novacell in Echo. So Ryan, you're by that computer. Do me a wind query on these winds. These are straight line winds, part of the inflow coming on through Delwood and Highway 69. Then we've got the actual rotation area right here just to the east of Chipola Terrace. So check out, so 110. These are elevated winds up in the atmosphere, but that shows you how strong those winds are aloft. 110 miles per hour. Even if you cut that in half, if you were to get a good ground truth estimate, 55 miles per hour, but you know it's higher than that. So these are probably winds between, say, 60 and 80 miles per hour reaching the ground, straight line winds ahead of that circulation and that potential tornado, which is right here. And we've seen this a lot. A few days ago, back on January 2nd, we were looking back to 2017, January 2nd, we had a situation in Rehoboth where we had some fatalities. We had straight line winds around a tornado that brought down trees. A very similar situation to what we're seeing right now. A very strong pocket of straight line winds out ahead of the actual tornado, which is now just east of Greenwood. So here's the tornado. That area to the east can be just as damaging because this will produce widespread tree damage across the eastern part of Jackson County. And we've got a lot of pine trees in this area. You know, some of the deciduous trees are bare right now, no leaves, and that helps. It helps the air flow through them without toppling them. But pine trees, this time of year, they're sucking up that moisture, and they can snap very easily, and they can act as umbrellas and catch that wind. So probably a lot of straight line wind damage here for the eastern part of Jackson County. That will move into Seminole County as well. And then we're watching that pocket of rotation. We see this better if we switch over to the storm relative velocity. That kind of cleans up where we have pure rotation in the atmosphere. And this is the area that has been producing the tornado now to the east of Greenwood, east of Highway 71. There could be another little pocket trying to form right in through here, right along 69 between Lovedale and Delwood. That is also an area of concern, as sometimes these will weaken in one area and then strengthen in another area. We'll go back to that correlation coefficient and show you that debris signature, which is ongoing here. Let me back that up just a couple frames, and it looks like there's the main debris ball that really came together. And if you look at, where it was here when it crossed 90 and where it was here, it picked up some debris. So that just tells me, again, we've got a lot of commerce here in Mariana. It probably picked up some of those structures, some of those businesses, and that's why that debris was enhanced as it moved off to the north and to the east there. So still looking at that debris signature, a very distinct debris signature between Greenwood and Lovedale. This is a confirmed tornado on Doppler radar, not too far from Bascom. Down to the south and to the southeast is where it will pass from Bascom, but just west of Lovedale and eventually up into the northeastern part here of Holmes County. That's, again, a look at the debris signature, and that corresponds to where we have that pocket of rotation. Outbound winds, inbound winds here. This is a fair distance from the radar site, so to see that kind of debris signature with that kind of a wind structure definitely tells us, yeah, we still have an ongoing tornado here in Jackson County, northeast of Greenwood, northeast of Mariana at this point, not too far away from Two Egg. And then to the east, again, that area east in blue that you see, that is a very strong inflow into this storm. So these are straight line winds coming in from the south at probably 60 to 80 miles per hour at the core in that area of blue. So widespread straight line wind damage occurring now in the eastern part of Jackson County. Radar confirmed tornado ongoing areas east and northeast of Greenwood. This is moving off to the northeast. So Steam Mill, you've got maybe 15, 20 minutes to get to your safe place. Anywhere here in the northeastern part of Jackson County, you want to be in a safe space. The lowest part of the building you're in, away from exterior walls and windows, those are the first to go. The second story is not a good place to be. You think about damage from a tornado, the roof goes first usually, and then the exterior walls go. So worst case scenario, what's left of a structure is usually the innermost closet or bathroom or under a staircase. That's where you want to be in your place of residence here if you live anywhere in the northeastern part of Jackson County, from both the straight line wind threat, which will topple trees, and from the tornado threat, which will of course do maybe more than that as it moves on through areas east of 71, southeast of Malone, northeast now of Greenwood. A Doppler radar confirmed tornado with this cell. Not looking as impressive from a reflectivity point of view, but we still have the debris signature showing up in the atmosphere, and that's all that really matters. Is if we have debris, we have debris. It doesn't matter what the storm looks like on radar. And there's the debris signature, a little bit sloppy here because we've got a radar spike coming through there, but if we go back in time just a little bit, there's a debris signature between Two Egg and Greenwood, and here it is right now off to the east of Bascom. It is a little more diffuse than, say, 10 minutes ago. That was pretty distinct. Again, we got that radar spike to deal with, but there's still right here a sign of rotation and debris in the atmosphere with that cell. So between Bascom and Lovedale at this point, very strong storm, still looking at that potential rotation ongoing for a while into Jackson County areas northeast, and then maybe into Seminole and maybe even Houston counties as well. The straight line wind damage is very concerning, and you guys are monitoring, I know, reports. Have either of you seen any reports of damage away from the actual tornadoes? Because I'm guessing that's going to produce a lot of damage here, Jackson County and Seminole County.
Yeah, we've seen several reports elsewhere away from Jackson County, and we've seen several reports elsewhere away from Jackson County in this tornado. We've had trees down on power lines, and this is pretty much widespread across the Wiregrass. Obviously, most of our reports coming out of Houston County and right around Dothan, but several reports of trees down, some power lines down. We've gotten some more reports of some windshields that have been cracked due to some of the hail in Houston County. Obviously, the main focus right now, that tornado warning in Jackson County. I've been keeping up with the Facebook chat. We're also live streaming over on Facebook. Everybody asking about places like about Dothan into Ozark, Enterprise. Heavy rain coming down. Probably some gusty winds. There's gusty winds all across the Wiregrass early this morning. Frequent lightning in places like Dothan. Ozark, things may be fairly quiet for now. Dothan, some heavy rain. Those storms are strong but not particularly severe. back farther off toward the west, getting into places like Enterprise, that main line of thunderstorms starting to move its way into the region. And I'm watching out of the corner of my eye. We have the view from the Rawls. You can see that there from downtown Enterprise, that line continuing to move closer into the region. That camera doing quite a bit of shaking as those winds start to increase once again. I would expect to see between easily probably around 50 or 60 mile per hour wind gusts at times as this line blows through the region. We'll have to watch for damaging winds all along that line, and there could be some embedded tornadoes as well. Ryan zooming in on a couple different tornado warnings for that would be, is that Walton County? Definiak Springs over to Red Bay, so that would be Walton County. A couple of tornado warnings there. In addition to the damaging winds that we're seeing along this line, we're also going to have to watch for some tornadoes that can spin up along the leading edge of that line. And that's something we're going to have to watch out for as well. Again, obviously the biggest focus right now, that tornado that we have on the ground in Jackson County. It's had a fairly decent history of producing tornadoes. It made its way onshore all the way down in Panama City and has continued to carry northward now past Mariana and starting to get pretty close to that far southeast corner of Houston County. It's now made its way past Bascom and will continue to move off toward the north and east. There we've got a couple more of those tornado warnings in the southern part of the line, and obviously some of the things that we're going to be watching over the next little bit as that line moves through the region. Damaging winds, and then we'll also have to watch for some of those spin-up tornadoes as well.
A very dynamic situation. Yeah, big view there. That line, that main line, is a line that we will continue to monitor because we'll get more and more probably pockets of rotation as it approaches the heart of the Wiregrass. This is a storm of main interest at this point because this is a storm that's been producing tornado damage in Jackson County. It's nearing the southern part here of Houston County. These are straight line winds now spreading into the Steam Mill area and Seminole County. Straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. And then we've got this area of rotation ongoing pretty much along Highway 2 right now, approaching Houston County here. It won't be too long before it's into Houston County. This has been producing a tornado for a while, pretty much all the way through Jackson County. Kind of hard to see here. It's not as distinct, but this is still some debris showing up in the atmosphere. And this general area is just to the south now of Highway 2 in Jackson County. A Doppler radar confirmed tornado for most of its life through Jackson County, Florida. There's Highway 2. There's the border with Houston County. So this will cross from Florida into Alabama, at least for a brief period of time, and then back into Georgia. So a lot of rotation with this cell ongoing. Still a lot of potential to keep producing a tornado up into the far southeastern corner of Houston County. Highway 2 here. These are inbound winds. These are outbound winds. Now, they're not real tight compared to earlier, so there's been some weakening of this circulation, which is certainly some good news. The debris signature is not as intense as it was earlier, but there's still some signs right in through here of some debris being lofted up into the atmosphere, and it's on the move as it goes off to the northeast here, so we'll get the new scan to come in. So that area of rotation now crossing Highway 2, pretty much between the border and Highway 2 at this point. This will move into the southeastern corner of Houston County, away from the actual circulation. Again, we've got this area of very strong winds in the atmosphere, anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour, straight line winds. That will cover most of the northern part of Seminole County with wind damage, tree damage, more than likely, and maybe some structural damage as well. And we keep watching this rotation area as it clips Houston County, moves into Seminole County, and then maybe into Early County and or Miller County over the next half hour or so. This is on the move to the northeast. This is one cell among many that we are watching. Let me give you a big view of this storm. You can see it really wrapped up there south of Jackson County, moved all the way through Jackson County, very, very strong. There's been some weakening with this cell. We'll keep watching for the potential of a new pocket to really intensify there east of where the old pocket is, which is right here, moving into Houston County. So part of Houston County still with a tornado warning. That tornado warning has not been extended yet. yet. I would be surprised if it's not extended based on what we're seeing here on Doppler radar. It looks like we have 2 pockets of rotation, one right here, about to move into Houston County, and then a newer area here forming pretty close to Steam Mill. And this may become the dominant circulation. Looking at Doppler radar, that's very close to the better inflow. There's the old hook echo right here. This could be a new hook echo forming around Steam Mill. If that does verify, and that is the case, then that would put Donaldsonville at risk of a very strong storm and a potential tornado over the next 20 minutes or so. There's the old circulation here, now moving into Houston County. There's that new circulation around Steam Mill. Both of these have the potential to produce tornadoes. At some point, there's still maybe a little bit of debris in the atmosphere here moving into Houston County. Again, it gets lofted thousands of feet up into the air. It takes a while for that to settle. There's a new tornado warning issued for that cell for good reason, because one of these areas may really tighten up once again. This is not looking as ominous as it was when it was in the Mariana area, but still a residual circulation here. Highway 95, the far southeastern part of Houston County, and then this area of rotation developing now around Steam Mill may become the dominant area of rotation that carries up towards parts of Early County and then into Miller County. So just going back here a little bit, there was the main rotation pocket right here, which is weakening, and then a newer pocket trying to form to the east, and that may continue to try to form as it moves into Seminole County now around Steam Mill up towards Donaldsonville. Watching this area very closely. One pocket of rotation here, a second pocket of rotation right there. Neither of these producing a real distinct debris signature. There's still some hint of debris lingering in the air, again, over far southeastern parts of Houston County, and maybe a little more enhancement right here from that original circulation. There's a look at the reflectivity view. So in this general area, if we go back over to the storm relative velocity, one pocket here, another pocket towards Steam Mill. So watching that, again, not as ominous, certainly still signs of rotation with that cell. As we go back to the west here, watching these tornado warn cells as well. There's one down here along the coast, which is impressive right through here. And then you go northward here, south of Defuniak Springs, this general area as well has some signs of rotation, maybe a little bit of a notch there just to the west of Defuniak Springs. So this is what we'll be looking at over the next about 3 hours or so as this line comes on through the rest of the Wiregrass. These little notches that develop along the main line, these can be real quick low-end tornadoes that produce damage in very small areas, even smaller than a city block, very small tornado tracks from little notches like this. And these will likely become pretty common over the next 2 or 3 hours as we track the main line into the Wiregrass. And this line is really, really intense. Of course, we've got the activity out ahead of the main line, these individual cells that are tapping into that rotation in the atmosphere. But all of these cells as well will potentially rotate. And if you look at the tornado parameters across the area, this is the area most primed for more tornadoes. That live cam is from Defuniak Springs. You can see all the white dots here. Those are lightning strikes. And you look at the live cam from Defuniak Springs, and you've got a lot of lightning flashing in the sky. So Defuniak Springs in the path of this line and the potential rotation pockets within that line. So we're watching this whole area, not just southward here in the Panhandle, but northward as well, now into the western part of Geneva County, Sampson. Some of the worst weather that you'll see is moving in at this point. The southeastern part here of Covington County, very heavy rainfall, lots of rain, lots of lightning, lots of wind as well. And then northward towards Opp, New Brockton, heavy rainfall in your area as well, approaching Enterprise at this point. Then it goes to the north here into parts of Barber and Pike counties. That is not as strong in the far northern part of this cell. But the rest of us, we have severe thunderstorm warnings being issued, and we'll see more and more of those as we go through the next couple hours as this line moves to the east, packing a punch with, again, heavy rainfall, tons of lightning, and the potential for pockets of rotation to continue to organize and produce some brief tornadoes. The potential for longer track tornadoes is with this activity out ahead of the main line. This will be short-lived and smaller tornadoes, any ones that form from the main line. But the thing is, all of us will see this line come on through, and when it comes on through, we'll get the gusty winds, which may be over 50, maybe even 60 miles per hour in pockets, of course, the rain and the lightning as well. So lots to cover here this morning. It has been a forewarned weather day for a long time. We saw this coming from 7-8 days away, and the timing was pretty much pegged to this morning. And here it is, Tuesday morning, 6:57. And we're tracking these storms coming on through. So we'll keep focusing on that line to the west, but we want to kind of pinpoint now what is happening with these cells out ahead of that main line. These are the cells that have been producing tornadoes. This morning we had a very long track tornado come on through Jackson County, Florida. I'm going to go back here with the reflectivity view, and then let me do this first. Go back to the reflectivity view first, and then the debris tracker. So there's a cell as it came through Mariana, a very distinct, look at that. That was a hook echo that formed into a donut. And when you see that, that's indicative of a very large and destructive tornado. Came on through the eastern side of Mariana. It moved out to the northeast, not as intense now compared to earlier. Okay, let's go back to that debris tracker then. I'll back this up 1 hour, and there's that little hole that develops right there and moves to the northeast. And that's been a very, right there, has been a very destructive tornado that really came together right along I-10 and the east side of Mariana, and is now carrying up into parts of Seminole County and will impact Miller County as well. So not looking as robust as was earlier today, but there's still a new tornado warning in effect for that cell. Again, it looks like that old area of rotation has weakened in this area approaching Jakin. It came on through Houston County, but that newer area of rotation looks to be tightening, and that's always the concern when you've got a lot of wind energy in the atmosphere. One area may weaken, but a new area may kind of tighten up again, and that looks to be occurring. So if you are anywhere between Jakin and Donaldsonville, this is Early County right here, that's Miller County, and then this is Seminole County, that tri-county area. That is probably a new developing tornado. Looking at the Doppler radar wind structure here, boy, that's a very good look at inbound and outbound winds and a very strong circulation, and we've got very tight rotation within 2 pixels here, just to the west of Donaldsonville. So right here, outbound, or I should say inbound winds here, outbound here. Gate to gate shear is pretty intense. There's Highway 84, again, the northern part of Seminole County, the far southeastern part of our coverage area. This is probably a developing tornado at this point. We'll check the correlation coefficient. This may be the beginning of some debris showing up. We'll keep watching that as we go through the next 10 minutes. But there's certainly a very strong pocket of rotation in the atmosphere, and it looks like this will continue to organize. So heads up, the western part of Miller County, this area of rotation moving into your area here very, very quickly. The far northern part here of Seminole County, seeing that pocket of rotation come on through, and then very strong winds here into southern parts of Early County. So a lot happening in this area of the Wiregrass out ahead of the main line of storms. So this is not the end of it. Once this storm passes your area, you've got to contend with the actual main line of storms as well as we go through the morning hours. But this cell here still has that potential to produce a tornado as it moves up into Miller County. You can almost see the inflow notch right here starting to become a little more defined, and this is the outflow right here. So there's that new developing pocket of rotation there, crossing 84, now north and northeast of Highway 84 there, moving into Miller County. Another storm that we are watching is back to the west, and I know you guys are keeping your eyes on that. Ryan, what have you seen with those storms in that line?
Yeah, so as I've been looking at what's going on through Walton County, we have this circulation couplet or velocity couplet kind of making its way towards Definiak Springs, just crossing State Highway 280 as of right now, but very not really defined. And as we're checking the correlation coefficient or the debris tracker, really not an indication of really anything or any damage, but of course this is still a warned area, so we are keeping our eye on that. But of course this is along that main line of storms and showers that are making their way through, and this is what we've been tracking as like our frontal system. And so as Zach Webster has been saying most of the morning, as soon as we're past this main line of thunderstorms, the severe threat is over for many areas. And so actually where we're going to be having a lot of this rain behind here, where we can kind of see Crestview, you know, once we're past that main line of thunderstorms, then the severe threat will be over. But we are keeping our eye on these warned systems as of now. But of course, like we said, with this line, anytime you have a little divot in circulation and for the velocity couplet, you know, brief spin-ups can happen. And so over the next 3 hours, as you said, David, we're going to keep our eye on this as it passes through much of our area. Zach, did you have anything to add to that?
One thing that you mentioned about the rotation, the velocity couplet not looking as well defined on velocity as you can see there. It's a little bit of a different scenario when you're dealing with storms that develop well out ahead of the line and then some of the rotation that's embedded within the line with those storms that are well out ahead of the line, like what we've seen move through Jackson County and now starting to move very, very close to Donaldsonville, now just to the north of Donaldsonville. It's one storm out by itself. It doesn't really have to compete with anything, so it will have a very, very well-defined rotation. With these embedded circulations within the line, you have storms all up and down the line, so a lot of different storms kind of fighting for all of that energy. So the rotation may not be as well defined like what you're seeing here now just to the south of the Definiak Springs. The rotation may not be as well defined, but right along that line, it does not take very much to get a very, very quick spin-up tornado. So we have tornado warnings in place for portions of Walton County, but farther northward back into our Alabama counties along the line, we could see potentially some situations where we get a spin-up tornado along the line, and by the time a National Weather Service office is able to notice it and issue a warning, the tornado's already dropped and lifted once again. So along this line, yes, the primary threat is going to be damaging winds, mostly between 60, 65, 70 miles per hour, but we're going to watch for those spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge of the line, some of which may go without warnings. It's why we want to take those severe thunderstorm warnings at times as seriously as those tornado warnings, because even though the primary threat is those straight line winds, you can get a spin up tornado out of that as well. As Ryan mentioned, once this line makes its way through your area, you're done with severe weather for the day. You may see a little bit more rain throughout the rest of the morning, but severe weather, you're done. Definiak Springs, you're just about wrapping up. This line beginning to approach Geneva. Ryan, I'm not sure. There you go. If you can pull that a little bit farther north. Geneva into Enterprise. That line's starting to get pretty close to you. It's just about all the way through Coffee County, beginning to make its way into Dale County. Troy, you are done with the severe weather. Some rain continues throughout the rest of the morning, but you're done with the severe weather. Clio, this is starting to get pretty close to Clio. Rain's coming down in Dothan right now, it looks like. We'll get a handful of minutes, probably about 20 or 30 minutes or so, or we get a little bit of a break from the rain. Then that main line moves its way into places like Dothan. Then, as I mentioned earlier, once that line comes through the region, we'll be done with the severe weather. Obviously, any cells that develop out ahead of the line will have the potential to produce tornadoes like what we're seeing that move close to Mariana and through Jackson County, but right along that line of thunderstorms, the primary threat that we're going to be looking out for, damaging winds between generally 65 and 75 miles per hour, and there could be some spin-up tornadoes within that as well.
Lots to cover this morning. That's a good overview of what we're tracking. This is one of the original cells that we've been watching this morning, now into parts of Miller County. This is still rotating, still has a tornado warning on it. The western part here of Miller County, this is a tornado warned storm south of Mayhaw, still a very significant pocket of rotation, and this is trying to tighten up. It hasn't tightened up enough to produce any debris signature on Doppler radar, so looking okay in that regard, but it's not too far away from producing a tornado if that circulation continues to tighten. So we'll keep watching that as it moves on through Miller County, approaching Mayhaw right now. A lot of wind energy in the atmosphere, so even without an actual tornado, very strong straight line winds, Mayhaw over towards Colquitt, southward into the northern part of Seminole County. I'm going to go big view here and kind of take you around the area as we look at different pockets of heavy rainfall and lightning in the Wiregrass and a couple tornado warnings down to the south. You know, the guys were mentioning how these cells out ahead of the main line will be a little more robust in terms of rotation and very, more well-defined look on Doppler radar. These within the line, any pockets of rotation will be a little more subtle, and we'll take a little more analysis. So let's begin here with what we're seeing. First of all, areas north, looking at some rainfall in Henry County and the northward too, parts of Barber and Pike counties here. Clayton over towards Clio, heavy rainfall. These areas south have severe thunderstorm warnings, as I kind of thought we would see blanket severe thunderstorm warnings across the Wiregrass, and we're seeing that now. So areas well out ahead of that main line under severe thunderstorm warnings. Henry County, all of Houston County now, Dale County, and all of Geneva County and Coffee County as well. The rainfall really intense here. Louisville southward to Clio over towards Ayrton and approaching Ozark now. In this area northwest of Ozark, I've been watching the winds because the winds have been pretty strong in pockets here. Some of those coming out through Ayrton at this point. And then this little area just to the northwest of Ozark, these are winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. So very gusty winds coming on through. Heavy rainfall now in the city of Ozark, New Brockton, heavy rainfall. Goodman, very heavy rainfall. That area of dark red about to move in Enterprise, that is just blinding rain. You definitely do not want to be out on the roadway when these storms come on through. Let's look at Ozark. Punch back over to the Rawls and then maybe the EEC cam there, Ryan. So there's a look at downtown Enterprise right here from that camera. And then we have the Rawls, I should say the EEC camera on this side of town. And that's just a whiteout, isn't it? Yeah, you just can't see anything. So, driving in conditions like this, not ideal. Ponding of the roadway, water on the roadway is certainly a distinct possibility. As we go southward here, a lot of rainfall through Geneva County, Coffee Springs, over towards Sampson, and then south of there into the Panhandle. Intense rain, lots of lightning as well, right towards Defuniak Springs. We've got a cam there in Defuniak Springs as well, and that's been showing a lot of lightning flashes occurring, and that lightning continues to move off to the east. Just torrential rainfall, Okaloosa, Walton counties, all the way down to the coast, right along I-10, looking at that heavy rainfall also. Now let's do the same thing in reverse, but using the velocity view here to kind of look for pockets of rotation, and we were kind of tracking these towards Freeport. That one pocket here, not too far away from Defuniak Springs, this is the area of rotation potential that may spin up into a brief tornado just to the northwest of Defuniak Springs here. A good little pocket of rotation showing up on Doppler radar. We will see if this tightens. Usually within the line like this, you'll get a couple scans where it tightens up and then it kind of weakens. But that is an area to watch. That will pass north of Defuniak Springs in Walton County, and that will take aim on the western part of Holmes County and may eventually move up into parts of Geneva County if it holds together. I'm going to go with this view. I'm going to back this up just a little bit, and there's that notch area. And just notice how it's been showing signs of rotation, and then it weakened. So right there looked a little more potent right there for a couple scans, and then it weakened, and it may come back together as it tracks off to the east-northeast. So heads up in Holmes County as that area moves in. Northward here as we analyze the wind structure across Geneva County. Yeah, there's a lot of rainfall coming up through this area, Geneva, northward to Enterprise, back to the west, but we're not seeing any signs of rotation within that rain, which is some good news. So, yeah, some gusty winds, but no isolated tornadoes, heavy rainfall, and, of course, a lot of lightning, a given from that line. Let's go northward here. Enterprise, heavy rain coming through up towards Ozark and Clio. Again, not seeing any signs of any rotation yet with any of these cells, but there's sure a lot of rainfall to come on through here. Enterprise, just torrential rainfall, about to move into Ozark and then northward up here into Barber County. Now, the atmosphere is not as favorable up here for rotation. The ingredients for rotation and tornadoes really from about this area southward and then southeastward. So from, I say, Clayton to Blakely, down to the southeast of there, Clayton down to Ozark, southwest of there. In that triangle area, the atmosphere is primed for rotation from any of these cells that come on through. So we will continue to monitor here, scan by scan, as we go through the morning hours for more rotation to develop with the main line and then out ahead of the main line. That one area that we've been watching is now into Miller County, very firmly into Miller County. This is the same cell, more or less, that produced the tornado in Jackson County. Actually, the initial rotation pocket is up here. This is a newer pocket of rotation that has popped up in Miller County. It's not as intense as it was. It is pulling a little bit farther away from the better parameters for tornadoes, so there's been some weakening here. That rotation was tightening again right along 84 in Seminole County. Still pretty strong south of Mayhaw. Now it is a little more broad, so the odds of an actual tornado from this cell much lower at this point. Still, though, some heavy rainfall and gusty winds coming on through Miller County, Mayhaw, over towards areas just to the west of Colquitt, and then back up into Early County, some heavy rainfall. Most of that now is east of Blakely. There's some pretty good rainfall in Blakely, but the heavier pockets down to the southeast of Blakely here, the eastern parts of Early County, we'll see a lot of heavy rainfall from that cell as well. Now, these cells in between, this is the area right in through here that is very favorable for tornado formation, but we don't have any rain showers or thunderstorms in that area at this point, which is some good news. Watching that one cell, no signs of any rotation happening there. And northward too, looking pretty quiet with the activity here in Henry County, at least for now. But we are watching a couple tornado warnings down to the south here in the Panhandle, and then watching this line as it comes on through the rest of the Wiregrass points northward here. All of us, again, in this area under severe thunderstorm warning, so the potential is there for winds to gust over 40, 50, maybe even 60 miles per hour. We're not seeing widespread damaging winds in this area, but we're going to see gusts that may top 60 miles per hour. There's a radar view from Fort Novacel in Echo. This is the demarcation line right through here of the actual cold front, and that extends southward into the Panhandle. So if you are back to the west of where this line is, you're looking okay as far as severe goes. That threat will be along and ahead of that line. So these little pockets, you guys see that little pocket developing there in Geneva? I should say Dale County. Let me go. Yeah, that's right in through here.
Yeah, that's one. Excuse me, that's one I've been watching kind of over the last few scans. In addition to the radars that we've had pulled up, I'm also watching it on my phone as well, and that's definitely one that I've kept my eye on. It's another one of those where every now and then it'll kind of flare up and it looks a little bit more ominous as far as rotation goes. I'll move this up to where we're talking about here in the far northern portions of Dale County, and it doesn't look as impressive right now as it did over the last several minutes, but it's these kinds of little notches that we have to look out for within this main line of thunderstorms, where in addition to damaging winds, that's where we can also get that tornado threat as well.
Hey, let me take you back here southward here, Zach.
Yeah.
Max 2, you were speaking of that little notch. So look at this one now.
Yep.
This is out of the tornado warned area, by the way, just northeast of Phoenix Springs. That looks to be the same. Look at that. Look at that right there. So this is probably one of those brief spin-up tornadoes, even those outside of the tornado warn area. Unless that is just not, that could be noise that we're looking at. I don't know. Let's go back. I'll have you control Max 2 for me, Zach. We'll go through this together. So give me a little bit of a bigger view here. There's Highway 183A, and so these two areas here. So there's one notch, but go back a little bit on the scan on that. A little bit more.
Right there along the polygon, along that far northern edge of the polygon,
Yep. So watch that.
And then that continues to move off toward the north and the east.
Right there.
If that's not noise, that's a pretty intense, fairly small tornado.
That's a small tornado, and that's the key. Some of these can be the size of, again, a half a city block. Not in the tornado warning, so that's our job now, is to kind of just identify these areas. And we're probably not going to see any debris signature. Check the debris signature.
Yeah, I was pulling that up on my phone. I can pull that up here. Another thing I want to point out is we're pretty close to the radar site as well. Right. The one in Red Bay and Eglin Air Force Base. So I think if we do get a tornado that produces damage, it will not take very much for that to start showing up on the debris tracker. But yeah, if that is not just radar noise. Sometimes the pixels can get a little noisy and it shows them as more intense as what they otherwise would be.
But you can see that rotation. You see that?
Yeah, you kind of drag that back a few frames and that rotation is fairly consistent. So there's a pretty good chance we have a small but potentially very intense tornado to the northeast of Definiak Springs that's about to cross over from Walton County over into Washington County.
Now, what's interesting with these storms that form kind of on the backside of the line, these become more supercellular in structure as opposed to being on the leading edge of the line. Those leading edge ones tend to be very small, very brief. If a circulation develops on the backside of a line like this, it becomes more supercellular in nature, can be a little bit stronger, and have a bit of a longer track. So that looks to be what has happened here from this cell. When it was back to the west of Definiak Springs, it was kind of on the leading edge of the rainfall, and now that area of rotation has developed right in through here, kind of on the backside of that band of rainfall. So the storm relative velocity does correspond right in through here with this area.
I think they've now got a tornado warning on that. I see a polygon. I'm not sure if that includes that. I believe it does.
Yep. So it's got to be from that cell. So yeah, that's come together right now. I would say that if that's not a tornado, it is awfully close to producing a tornado. And yeah, Zach, you're right. We're going to know because we're pretty close to the radar site, and a lot of pine trees in this area that will loft up some pine needles and some debris pretty easily. That's about to move into Holmes County too.
Yeah, I will also say we saw this morning when we were tracking this squall line as it moved through Mobile. One thing that may kind of keep us from seeing as clear of a debris ball, if there is one on the debris tracker with that little bit of what could be an intense tornado, that radar beam is having to shoot through quite a bit of heavy rain. I would imagine there's probably, we call this attenuation, where the radar beam gets a little bit weaker when it reflects back because it's having to shoot through so much heavy rain. It kind of I'm not real sure what the proper word to use there, but I think it kind of diffuses that radar beam a little bit. So we may not necessarily see as clear of an indication on the debris tracker whether or not there is a tornado on the ground because the radar beam having to go through so much heavy rain just to get to that area of rotation.
Yeah, that's a good point, that attenuation. You think about a radar beam is a bunch of energy going out into the atmosphere, and if there are raindrops or hailstones, it absorbs a little bit of that energy. So the more mass there is, the more absorption of the electromagnetic waves that occurs, so you don't quite see things as well enough usually, but that's a good point to make. So yeah, there is a new tornado warning for this cell. That's part of Walton County into Holmes County here, from that pocket of rotation northeast of Definiak Springs, north of I-10, west of Caryville. That is a pocket of rotation on the backside of this line of storms. So we're watching that potential as well, where these may take on some supercellular structures at times. So in addition to lines here extending northward and maybe some rotation pockets within the first part of the line, down here where the environment is a little more favorable, there could be some more or less individual cells within the line. So a lot to digest and watch this morning. Notice all the tornado warnings here, areas south of us in the Panhandle. There's an indication of one of those notches on the leading edge of the cell down there in the Gulf of Mexico, but these these are kind of like a parade. So there's a likely water spot right here. There's another one down to the south. We just kind of kick back over to the velocity view here. So there's one area here. There's another area here. We watch for these pockets of rotation on the front side of the line. And then if you go up to the north here, it's occurring more or less on the back side of the line here, off to the west now of Ponce de Leon. And then areas northwest as well. This little area here is worth watching. That is off now into Holmes County, back to the west of Highway 81, so getting out of that tornado warned area. To the north of Red Bay, there's some really heavy rainfall. Let me go back over to that storm relative velocity view. So this is now out of that tornado warned area. Again, Holmes County here. I thought we had a tornado warning issued for that. Did it disappear?
That may have been the one, the bigger polygon that included places like Definiak Springs. So when it first entered into the southwest corner of Walton County, and that part has expired.
All right.
And then you've still got some of that rotation that's now on that far eastern edge of what is now you had that southern polygon, which is still in effect. Then you had a northern polygon for that northern rotation. I think they allowed that top one, or that northern one, to expire, and we're probably not going to be too far away from that southern polygon also expiring as well, or at the very least being canceled, because you have that rotation approaching that far eastern edge.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, we've got two areas here, one around Red Bay and then an area to the north there and northeast of the Phoenix Springs. Both of those may try to put down at least a brief tornado. That one is out of the warning area. This one is in a tornado warned area around Red Bay. So a lot of wind energy in the atmosphere here in the Panhandle and offshore as well. Let me go back here just a few frames, and you can kind of see how that one area has tightened and maybe loosened up a little bit in the past couple minutes there into the western part of Holmes County. We're watching that cell very closely. And then the area around Red Bay as well. It's in an area that is favorable for ongoing rotation right in through here. And then offshore, you see some cells as well. Some of that rotation is occurring off to the south and west of Panama City in general, moving up into that area. So Bay County will likely be under a few more tornado warnings as the morning unfolds here. Northward too, a lot of rainfall into the heart of the Wiregrass, approaching the radar site in Echo. A lot of rain in Dale County right now. Still some rain, but the severe threat is over in the Enterprise area, which is some good news. It's been kind of a bumpy morning for sure. As we go northward here into Barber County, heavy rainfall, but not seeing any notches developing along that leading edge. And that's what we're watching. That's the actual cold front. So we're seeing everything kind of behave for the time being. That push of wind is coming in from the west. Ahead of it, a pretty good flow in from the Gulf of Mexico. That area of rotation as well that we were watching that moved up into Early County is weaker as well. That's the same general area of rotation that produced that tornado in Jackson County, a very significant one around Mariana a little while ago. A different view here of the radar, a pure look at the winds in the atmosphere. And notice the blue showing up. That is just a south wind that is very strong. You know it's been very windy all night long here and into the morning hours, and the strong winds continue out ahead of the actual cold front. Now these winds here are coming in from the west, more or less, the west or the southwest, so you get more of a green view here. But this is the demarcation line between that really warm, humid atmosphere and the more stable air coming in from the west. So once this line passes your area, that will pretty much bring an end to any severe threat. You can kind of see what has happened over the past hours. Steady progress now off to the east, so areas in Barber County towards, say, Clio, and then back into Pike County. We are done with that severe threat. There's the main line here coming on through Dale County, southward into now the far western part of Houston County, and then into Geneva County. That is the line that we are watching for perhaps some spin-ups to occur. That area still shows up in the western part here of Holmes County. This pocket of a broad rotation will continue up into the northern part of Holmes County, probably clip Geneva County, and then move into Houston County. So looking half an hour, 45 minutes down the road, that area of broad rotation at any point might tighten, and that could produce another tornado warning at some point up into this area. Again, over the next half hour to 45 minutes, is competing against that line, that cold front coming in from the west, because that will put an end to the severe threat this morning. The actual cold front is indicated by this area of dark red here on the Doppler radar. Ozark, very heavy rainfall at this point. A lot of lightning strikes also, again, moving into now the far western part of Houston County, then cutting basically Geneva County in half. Heavy rainfall in Geneva. That severe threat now just to the east of Geneva. The gustier winds in that line right in through here, the leading edge of that line, producing the strongest winds. And as we go southward here into the Panhandle, we are watching what is happening in Holmes County. Caryville, heavy rainfall moving in. This is an area that is really primed for more rotation as the morning goes on. There's some rotation here to the west of Caryville. And again, this is a broad area of rotation that will carry up likely into Geneva and Houston counties over the next 45 minutes or so. And that will potentially produce another tornado warning. Most of the warnings now offshore and near the coast. So all that rotation energy here will move up into Bay County and then maybe Washington County as well. But north of I-10 at this point, there are no, well, outside of that little sliver here, no tornado warnings in effect. But this area west and northwest of Caryville. This is that same area that came on through Phoenix Springs. Might have been a little rotation and a brief tornado right there that is now absorbed into that line, and that is generally south of Geneva here, approaching the Highway 2 corridor. And there's just broad rotation now off to the west of Caryville. And guys, I think that's an area that may tighten up, maybe come together. These two separate areas, one here and one down to the south there, they may try to team up in Holmes County.
Yeah, at the very least,
could produce two different areas of rotation, and this is an area that's already seen several tornado warnings already. Earlier this morning, we've already had several tornado warnings, some of which have produced tornadoes right around Caryville, that part of Walton, Holmes into Washington County, Caryville over toward Phoenix Springs, Ponce de Leon. All those places earlier this morning has seen some tornado warnings, and it looks like we're seeing some more of those that start to move that looks like could try to get spun up there. I'm really watching that area that may start to come together here in between Ponce de Leon and Caryville, north of Highway 90 and to the west of State Highway 179. A little bit of broad rotation. We'll have to see if that tightens up, which again, along that leading line of those thunderstorms, it's not too difficult to get an area of spin to get going and produce a tornado. Ron, I'm not sure what are some other things you're keeping an eye on here as this line starts to move farther into our region and get closer to places like Dothan.
Right, absolutely. The biggest thing is also, what I mentioned before too, is as we're kind of watching, excuse me, I think my mic is muted, but as we're watching some of these lines making their way through, is really from the Gulf Coast. That's where we're getting more of our heat, and those southerly winds are definitely powerful. And so, as David mentioned before too, if we zoom out here and really just look at these hooks that are definitely developing, and they're coming into the beaches along the Florida Panhandle. What we saw with some of this energy before was able to track for a long time. So of course I'm keeping my eye on this as well as we're watching the rotation making its way towards Geneva and more areas of the Wiregrass. But throughout the morning too, as this line is making its way in, especially from the Gulf Coast, definitely want to be watching for these hook echoes and seeing what the velocity is going to be doing as it tracks towards our area. Because of course, if this energy holds up, it could definitely be able to survive and cross I-10 into our area. But yeah, the real main thing is just to be watching for that broad rotation that we were talking about just a little bit to the north of I-10, Ponce de Leon, and as it's making its way towards closer to our area, towards Geneva. I think that's something that we're going to be watching out for. And of course, we're also watching just for the thunderstorms making their way through parts of Dale County and Geneva County. Definitely still a lot of lightning, as well as the still powerful winds. As we've been saying all morning, you can see wind gusts up to 65 to 75 miles per hour. And so if even if tornado's not on the way, these winds can still pack a punch for the area.
Yeah, switch that back over to reflectivity. Obviously, we're starting to get some of those thunderstorms. It's now pushed through Geneva. Enterprise, you're pretty much done with the severe weather. It's now moving through places like Ozark. Lightning starting to pick back up once again. Wind starting to pick back up once again. Rain starting to pick back up once again in Dothan as this line starts to get closer to our region. I'm looking out of the corner of my eye. We've got the Flowers camera pulled up, pointed back off toward the west. We can see some of those rain curtains starting to move in there. It's already been a very, very rough morning here in Dothan. We had the tornado warning just to the south of Dothan that produced a tornado over the central portions of Houston County. We saw lots of fairly good-sized hail here in Dothan earlier this morning. We've since gotten that off toward our east. Now we're starting to get that second round of rain, and that will come as that line of thunderstorms starts to move into the region. I'll continue to just kind of keep an eye on that Flowers cam as that starts to roll in closer. But rain about to pick up once again, lightning about to pick up once again, and gusty winds about to pick up once again here in the Circle City.
And the good news is, as we've been saying before too, for places like Coffee County, you're behind this line, your severe threat is over. Same thing with the western half of of Geneva. And of course, we're going to be watching this over the next hour or two as it makes its way through our area. And of course, right now, for our main warning that's in effect is just those cells just a little bit to the south of Holmes County, just south of I-10. You know, that is one of our main tornado warnings in effect right now. But again, we still have this rotation that can still be seen, especially this is what we're watching just north of Caryville now. That's what we've been watching for the past few minutes. And so we're going to keep our eye on this as it makes its way, see if it can redevelop again. And of course, in the next few minutes, you know, as this gets farther away from that radar site in Florida, then the radar site, you know, closer towards Fort Novacell is going to be picking that up. And so we'll get better indication of what this system wants to do as it makes its way towards our area.
Yeah, definitely been a very busy morning for just about everybody across the Wiregrass. The good news is we're probably about an hour, 2 hours away from getting this line all the way through the region, and I think much of the rest of the day today. Once we get this line of thunderstorms out of here, we should start to see things obviously begin to quiet down. Hopefully we'll see some peaks of sunshine, but still got about an hour, 2 hours to go over in our far eastern counties. Then we'll be finally done with what has been a very busy morning for us around the Wiregrass.
Yeah, just amazing to see. If you missed it earlier today, we had hail basically between golf ball and tennis ball size coming on through the city of Dothan, downtown and points eastward. I was looking at some of the damage reports, and you know, we had the debris signature showing up in Mariana in Jackson County. I haven't seen a lot of reports of actual damage coming yet, but I'm sure it's out there because we saw the debris up into the sky. I did see a report when this cell came on through Colquitt of a tree on a house, but no injuries with that, which is some good news. I'm watching the velocity here. This line that you see moving eastward is the actual cold front. So once that passes your area, the severe threat will be gone. And we're watching for little notches to develop, little spins along that line. And we haven't seen it yet inland, but southward, certainly some broad rotation in Holmes County at this point. There's another severe thunderstorm warning in effect for all areas in southeast Alabama as we track that line into Dale County, Henry County, Houston County, and Geneva County. It is moving to the east. Now, these are gusty winds, not necessarily severe in all places, which is good, but within that line, there may be at times gusts over 50 or 60 miles per hour. As we analyze the radar at this point, I'm not seeing any severe wind gusts, even though we do have those severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Winds are coming in here from the west-southwest. We have a great view right in through here, and these are wind speeds that are only probably 30 to 40 miles per hour in the peak gusts here. So these are 18, 22, what you're seeing. Not real impressive, thankfully. So yeah, we do have warnings in effect, but we're not seeing severe winds overall, at least over broad areas. Gusty winds for sure, but not quite 50 or 60 miles per hour, which we did see earlier today. Southward here, there's the line moving on through the western part of Houston County and then through Geneva County, still looking pretty good. Again, we are watching every single scan for signs of little notches or hooks developing within that line. Southward, it's just kind of a messier situation. There's an example down there of a broad area of rotation with probably some tightening in a little area in Bay County. There's been some damage down there as well along the coast from these cells, which are lined up offshore as well. But this area here in Holmes County may try to tighten up again at some point as it moves through the northern part of Holmes County or into Geneva and then eventually into Houston County. So a couple of areas worth watching at this point. A lot of rainfall down there. Bonifay, some intense rain at this point. In fact, most of Holmes County seeing really heavy rain and a lot of lightning at this hour. Southward there, just again, a little bit of a hook feature from that area of rotation, not too far away from Bonifay. We'll zoom in on this area here. That is just to the south of I-10 here, and now just to the east of Caryville. There's been some rotation with that cell around Caryville and then approaching Bonifay as well. So one area here, right there, starting to come together just now east of Caryville. And then this area right through here is also worth watching. These are outbound winds. There may be a little bit of a green area showing up here. That would be inbound. So that indicates at least one broad area of rotation just south of I-10 and then another area here just now to the east of Caryville. Again, this has some chance somewhere in Holmes County to tighten up. There's also an area up to the north here where there's been some broad rotation as well, but it looks like this may become the more dominant area in the next 20 minutes between Caryville and Bonifay. And again, any of these areas that will wrap up down south here will move up into parts of southeast Alabama. So we're monitoring what is happening here for fear that it moves up into Geneva County or Houston County in the next hour. Certainly looking at a lot of rainfall inland as well at this point, but this line is okay. It's not tightening up anywhere along it. It's kind of a straight line more or less coming on through with gusty winds and some heavier rainfall. Anytime we see just a little bit, and there's not much there, I know, but you see just a little bit of a green enhancement versus a little bit of a red enhancement right here. So that's just one of those little areas that we'll watch between Bald Hill and Slocum, just in case that happens to tighten up a little bit. That does correspond with just a little bit of maybe a little bit of an inflow, not much to see there, but it's worth watching. It's kind of towards the leading edge of that line. If we go back here a little bit, because this activity is ahead of the actual cold front, is coming in from the south, the winds are more or less, and then you have more of a west-southwest wind right here. So you've got a little chance right in through here, maybe just a little circulation trying to form. Again, winds like this, you've got some movement in the atmosphere, and there's just a broad, right here, a broader area of rotation that might try to tighten up a little bit. This is kind of Tornado Alley, if you will, in the Wiregrass. This is part of Geneva County up into western Houston County and then up into Henry County. So it wouldn't be surprising at all to see another brief spin up in this area. We've seen many over the years. So we'll watch that. Again, just a little bit of a brightness here versus a little bit of a brightness here. And that's one thing that we're looking at as we analyze the radar to see if that develops into something more. So just an early heads up anywhere off to the north and east of that area. Basically, if you see this line, pretty easy to see this line. If you are ahead of this line, you've got the chance for severe weather yet. If you are back behind that line, that threat for severe weather is over for you. So that's the line, the main line that we've been watching for a long time. Here we are at 7:38. It is approaching the city of Dothan. This area also worth watching. Southern parts of Geneva County into Holmes County. Somewhere along this line at some point we may see another brief spin up occur. We've seen some of those so far this morning. Most of this area now is just rainfall with a little bit of rotation. That is a heck of a storm though. Boy, Bonifay northward and westward, that is some torrential rain, just a ton of lightning occurring as well over towards Chipley. And then south of there, there's not as much rain. You know, from a perspective of just the reflectivity, that looks like a supercell storm with a bit of a hook echo occurring right there. But if we look at the actual velocity, we're not seeing a ton of rotation in that area. So even though it looks ominous on radar, if you look down the line of products that we have, it doesn't look quite as impressive. But it's one worth watching for sure, because again, if this revs up at all, it will track eventually towards Houston County. So a very heavy pocket of rainfall here, some weak rotation likely within that at this point. And then southward too, another pretty good cell down there in Washington County that will move off to the northeast that is also worth watching. You can kind of see a little bit of a spin developing there. You see that, guys? Mm-hmm. Just the back edge right here. So maybe just a little bit of more of a rotation pocket developing in the atmosphere. So we'll see if this continues, because again, that will move through Holmes County, Mayclip, Jackson County, and then into Houston County. That's one storm that looks to be forming from a line into more of a supercell thunderstorm. Just going back here and just analyzing the motion and the structure of that cell. So pretty close to Bonifay. Now that is definitely a cell that is worth watching. Zach was talking earlier about the attenuation of the radar. So this, you see, this doesn't look as intense. It looks more like yellow and orange. That doesn't mean the rain has gotten lighter. It means that some of the energy from the radar beam is being absorbed by the raindrops, so it doesn't look as intense. If I go back here just a little bit, when that radar was free of the rain, it was very, very dark red, and now that dark red goes away. Again, that doesn't mean the storm line has weakened, it means that some of the energy is being absorbed by the raindrops. So still a very intense line here coming out through Henry County, Dale County, southward into the western part of Houston County, and then into Geneva County as well, and then southward into Holmes County. Different radar here using Red Bay. Very, very intense rain and some supercellular structure appearing to take shape here in Holmes County. And we'll see if the velocity view kind of catches up to that, if that area of rotation does in fact develop somewhere around here towards Bonifay. If that does, that track will take it up towards Jackson County and parts of Houston County in the next half hour to 45 minutes. Here's a big view. Again, not seeing a real distinct area of rotation showing up yet on Doppler radar, but there's certainly some chance somewhere in this vicinity south of Bonifay to see some rotation begin to organize and then move up into Jackson County. Very strong winds here. That's worth watching as we look at the pure velocity view here. This is the radar site in Red Bay, and these are very, very strong southwesterly winds here between Vernon and Bonifay. Looking at intense winds, probably in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour, right along 79. So that stretch of straight highway, seeing very strong winds. A lot of pine trees in this area as well, and they could easily be blown over. Look at that. One scan came in, and that line jumped from here to here. So that shows you just how fast that line is moving. Zach, go ahead and give me some pixel queries here. South of Bonifay, this area off to the north and northeast of Vernon, 69 miles per hour, not too far away from the radar site. There's 66. How about somewhere up in here, 63? So basically 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. There's a 72. A lot of that is probably reaching the ground. So a very significant batch here of straight line winds coming on through. This is Washington County and then into the southern part of Holmes County. Just look at this last couple scans here, how that kind of surges out across the area. So very, very strong winds. That is really whipping at a very good clip here, Vernon towards Bonifay, and that is going to take aim on Chipley. These are our straight line winds that we're looking at here. Straight line winds taking aim on Bonifay and Chipley, and we'll see if that does give birth to some kind of a rotation pocket. There's one of those.
Look at that rotation south of Vernon.
Yeah. That's one of those pockets, exactly. That's what we look for, the leading edge, and it kind of comes out of nowhere. All of a sudden, it spins up real quick. So that's why this new tornado warning has been issued here, which goes up into Jackson County, includes parts of Chipley and Mariana. That's for that cell, that notch that has developed with that storm in Washington County. It's wrapped in rain. It's right there, kind of on the leading edge, but it is wrapped in rain. Still watching this area here, now northwest of Chipley, northeast of Bonifay, to see if that, in fact, tightens up as well. But that certainly is an area worth watching down there. That'd be something to have two tornadic cells move towards Mariana. We've had one already. That one is on the track to move up towards Mariana if it holds together. Northward here, I'm going to get a different view. Let's go two different views here. So there's definitely some wind action happening here around Bonifay. Not seeing any signs of distinct rotation. If we look at a few different radar views here, there's three. There's outbound, inbound, so there's some broad circulation occurring over Bonifay, and there's a pretty good batch of inflow winds here between Bonifay and Chipley. Northward along that line, looking like everything is behaving. It looks okay overall. There's a line approaching Eufaula southward here into the eastern part of Barber County. A couple little notches, not seeing anything real concerning. There's a little bit of a notch here towards Abbeville. Let's take a look at the winds on this. Nothing concerning there, but we see these little hooks at times along the leading edge, and that's what we're looking for. The radar site now is just encompassed in rain. So approaching Newville, we've got some pretty good rainfall, the 431 corridor in Henry County. Southward, kind of a messy view here, some pretty heavy rainfall coming back into Dothan on the west side of town, heavy rainfall as well, all the way through Dale County into Geneva County. Let's switch back over to the winds and see if we see any kind of hint of anything happening along that line, and we don't, which is exactly what we want to see. There's a very distinct line. That's the cold front. So once you're behind this line or west of that line, your severe threat is over. If you're ahead of that line, you are still fair game for some strong storms, some rotation potential, but not seeing any overall significant rotation within that line. Maybe a little bit of a couplet right here developing just to the north of Midland City, moving towards Headland. Boy, that line is really starting to accelerate. So that line will produce some very strong winds when it comes into Newville and Headland. Again, but kind of a linear form here. Is that just a little bit of a, what do you guys think? A little bit of a notch, maybe?
It's not, I don't think it's particularly overwhelming. It would be a little bit harder to see just purely on reflectivity because of how close we are to the radar site. You get some radar spikes in that. It looks like there's a little bit there. I don't really think it's necessarily overwhelming. I don't think it's particularly concerning. But, you know, as we saw around Bonifay into Chipley, while we don't really have a lot of that rotation, we do have some of those straight line winds moving into the region. And David just mentioned how much that line has surged forward up around this region over the last several minutes. That's also a signature that we look at when we're looking at the potential for some damaging winds. While it is primarily in a linear mode along this line, in addition to those little notches where you can get a little bit of rotation, you can also get a couple of these line segments that will bow out a little bit as that line surges forward. And right in the middle of that bow, as that line surges forward, we can see a local increase in those wind speeds. And those are definitely the places that you'd want to look at for the potential for some more of an enhancement in those damaging winds.
Yeah, I'm going to keep watching this little area here. Between Midland City and Headland, there's just enough there to keep my interest. And, you know, we look for what looks like the shape of an S. Yep. And that would indicate that we have, definitely some rotation. And there's maybe just a little bit right through there, a little hint of it anyway. So not overwhelming, but, you know, usually, if I can draw a little bit better, just a little bit.
Yep.
You know, these situations are not overwhelming. If you have a tornado within a line, a fast-moving line, you don't get an overwhelming signature on radar. So it happens fast, and they can go away very fast as well. So watching that part, which is now in the northern part here of Houston County. So there's Henry County approaching Headland at the northern part here of Houston County. And then we have Dale County here back to the west. And there's that area of rotation. That live view that you see is from Headland. We've got a view of the square in Headland. So there's Headland right here. This is the line that is coming in. These cells are moving northward. And there's that little indication of some maybe real weak rotation showing up right in through here. Now off to the east of Denton Road, the far northwestern part there of Houston County, moving towards Headland. Let's go back to that new radar view, and we'll keep watching that line as it comes towards Headland. A very distinct wind shift will occur. That line now just to the west of Headland, around Newville, southward into Houston County. There's the actual wind shift line. Looks like it's coming on through the western side of Dothan at this point. Let's go back, if you can, Kenneth, show me that Headland view, and then, guys, we're going to switch over to the flowers cam. So there's a look at Headland.
It's already there.
Right now, the wind's pretty good, not real bad at this point. But there's the actual wind shift line just west of Headland. And then let's go over to the Flowers Hospital cam on the west side of Dothan as we track this line. Ryan, switch over to the Flowers cam.
It's there.
You got it? Okay. Okay, Kenneth has got it. Okay. So that's the Flowers cam on the west side of Dothan. So heavy rainfall occurring here, and there's a look at the radar. So this area is seeing some heavy rainfall, some gusty winds as well. This is the main line that is coming now into the Wiregrass, and that is really the cutoff from where we could see severe weather to where we will no longer see severe weather. So actually the actual wind shift line here is approaching the west side of the circle. So areas now to the west, looking at that southwesterly wind or westerly wind behind the cold front. So the severe threat is over. From the city of Dothan eastward, still the threat for some severe weather. That's the Flowers cam. What else do we have? The radio cam maybe that we can show you on the southwest side of Dothan in this vicinity. So there's one cam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a radio cam. So that line, that's the cold front approaching where this camera is, somewhere right in that area. That's the wind shift line. The radar shows the rainfall coming on through. Some moderate rainfall, heavier in pockets around the city of Dothan. Certainly on the west side, we showed you that Flowers cam, heavy rainfall there. And there's more rain to come as we go to the backside of that cold front, behind the cold front. Still some pretty good rainfall there into the western part of Houston County and into Geneva County, but no signs yet of any significant spins occurring along that line. A little notch may be evident right there. We see these little notches, and usually they don't amount to anything, but sometimes they do, so we keep watching them just to be safe. Northward here, the wind shift line coming on through now, areas just east of Abbeville, right along 431, that wind shift line about to move into Headland, now moving into the northwest side of the circle. And then southward, there's a wind shift line now west of Rehoboth into the corner of Geneva County. Still not looking at any kinks within that line, which is definitely some good news. This is the area, though, that is still looking pretty potent. Boy, new tornado warning issue now for this cell. So new tornado warning, which does include parts of Houston County. This is the area south and southwest of Graceville and now to the northwest of Chipley. This is the same area that we were watching where that storm was taking on that supercellular structure. We were watching that outflow surging out. Well, now it is tightened up here, and that has prompted a tornado warning. That tornado warned storm is from Holmes County into Jackson County, now north of Washington County. So this is a storm that is certainly worth watching. We'll see that little dot. If that expands, that could be the beginning. Yep, it is. That's a debris ball. Yeah,
they've issued a tornado warning.
Tornado warning on that. South of Poplar Springs High School, so there's Highway 173. That is a Doppler radar confirmed tornado forming from what looked to be a developing supercell thunderstorm, and sure enough, it has revved up into a distinct supercell thunderstorm. The southern part of this line, that's in Alabama, goes into Florida, and it has revved up into a tornado here. Jackson County in the main track, main path of this cell, but also looking at parts of Holmes County at this point. So let's go back up to the current time. Heavy rainfall, Graceville, southward here. That is a very distinct hook showing up there. Very, very strong winds in the atmosphere, and we can confirm the tornado by looking at the debris tracker. This shows us, what is happening in the atmosphere. These are all raindrops, but something here doesn't look the same. It looks bigger, and that's because you're lofting up tree branches more likely than anything else. Hopefully not structural debris, but it all shows up as a hole in this product. So there's Highway 182. There's 173. 173 goes from Bonifay up there towards Poplar Springs High School. So Poplar Springs High School is in this area. That is south of there. It will pass to the north of Bonifay and Chipley in Holmes County into Jackson County, likely at some point between Poplar Springs High School and Campbellton. So there's that debris ball getting bigger. So
Deepening
what you're looking
in a hurry too.
Yeah, that circulation has revved up. So this is the actual tornado. The size of the debris in the atmosphere is getting bigger. The ball is getting bigger. So very strong rotation with that self. We look at the actual reflectivity and then the velocity. Let me go to the reflectivity here and then velocity. So there's the reflectivity, heavy rainfall, a very distinct looking circulation here on the reflectivity, and is back up there on the actual velocity. Very strong winds here, inbound and outbound, using the radar in Red Bay. So there's Graceville, just south and west of you, approaching Highway 77. This is a tornado, a confirmed tornado on Doppler radar. This is now into Jackson County, south of Graceville, moving off to the northeast. So on this track, this may hold together and move up into the southern part of Houston County before too long. This is using the radar at Fort Novacell. Very strong rotation showing up here as well, southwest of Graceville, not too far away from Jacob City. The strong winds here will overtake Jacob City over the next several minutes here. Very strong winds coming in from the south, straight line winds that may be in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour. And then the tornado, a Doppler radar confirmed tornado with a very significant debris ball. Look at that. That has grown. Look at that.
That's probably the best debris. Well, don't want to say best in that kind of way,
right,
but probably the most well-defined and the biggest debris ball we've seen so far this morning.
And that's using the Fort Novacell radar, and I'll go back just a scan, and maybe it got a little bit better with that latest scan, but still that has picked up a lot of something from the landscape. Probably tree branches, a lot of pine trees down here as well. Hopefully no structures. It's a possibility. It is just south of Graceville and Highway 2. So there's Poplar Springs High School, there's Highway 2 and Graceville, and there's Campbellton. This is crossing 77 straight south of Graceville. You got a lot of homes in this area, and you are in the path of an actual tornado, a Doppler radar confirmed tornado. This area of circulation here passing just south of Graceville, right along Highway 77. You want to be someplace safe, the interiormost part of the structure you are in, the lowest level, a very, very strong rotation about to cross 77 now, only a couple miles to the south of downtown Graceville. We're talking about 3 miles south of Graceville. Very strong straight line winds out ahead of this tornado. So there's a lot happening just with this cell. You've got the risk of straight line winds off to the east of the circulation. Then, of course, you've got the circulation with, yes, confirmed tornado with that cell. And that's a look at Graceville and the debris ball, which is showing up south of Graceville, moving to the northeast. So this will pass very close to Graceville, the south and southeast side of Graceville, and this will likely carry up into Houston County. This is Geneva County, this is Houston County. There's the debris signature on Doppler radar with this cell tracking to the northeast, a very distinct supercell thunderstorm in this line, a very strong structure here, very well wrapped up right in through here, just south and now southeast of Graceville. That's the actual debris ball that you're seeing in reflectivity. The enhancement of red is the radar picking up all the items up in the atmosphere, and it is tracking to the northeast. This will carry into the southwestern part of Houston County probably within the next 10 minutes or so. You certainly want to be someplace safe if you are anywhere around Graceville, southward or east of town, up into the southwestern part of Houston County. A couple different looks here at the velocity view, and you can just see this is a very, very well-defined area of rotation and a very distinct debris ball showing up here on the south side of Graceville. It is moving to the northeast, so debris an ongoing tornado tracking to the northeast, picking up more debris, tracking just to the east of Graceville, probably towards Browntown, right along Highway 2, Florida Highway 2 here. Again, a lot of homes in this area. You've got to be someplace safe, away from exterior walls and windows, the lowest level of the structure you are in. Get to an inside closet, an inside bathroom, underneath the staircase. You can watch us on the News 4 app, on the Forewarn Weather app. Scroll to the bottom of the homepage. You can watch us live, take us into the closet, and just be safe. Get away from the outside as much as you can. Get away from trees that might fall on the house. This is debris in the atmosphere. This is an actual confirmed tornado, 100% chance, no doubt about it. A tornado now just on the east side of Graceville, moving to the north and to the east. So heads up in Browntown along the Highway 2 corridor between Graceville and Campbellton. There's going to be a lot of debris picked up into the atmosphere from this tornado, a very, very strong area of rotation moving off to the northeast here, passing on the south and now east side of Graceville. It crossed over Highway 77. It's picked up a lot of debris from when it began, and this is the debris ball now just to the east of Graceville, only by, I mean, we're talking blocks away from downtown Graceville. It is right there. So there's Graceville, there's Highway 193. That tornado is crossing 193 at this point, just east of Graceville. There's the center of rotation. I mean, there's downtown, there's 77, there's Highway 2, 169. So that is right to the east of Graceville. Again, a lot of people, a lot of businesses in this general area, Highway 2, Highway 193. It is right here. Outbound winds, inbound winds. There's the center of the tornado, and it looks to be a fairly large circulation. So this is probably not one of those little mini tornadoes. This is probably a big one. The circulation is at least 3 miles in diameter. The actual tornado could be at least over a quarter mile in diameter at this point, I would say. And this is going to move up into Houston County, the southern and southwestern part of Houston County. That is a very formidable looking radar view. This is not something we see too often. We are seeing it this morning. It's scary to look at. You look at all these straight line winds, Campbellton southward to Jacob City. All of this will track up into Houston County, and it culminates with a tornado, a confirmed tornado just east of Graceville, moving to the northeast, crossing Florida 2 at this point. pretty close to Browntown here, and it will move up into Houston County. So please, if you know anyone in this area, give them a call and say, hey, there's a massive debris ball showing up on Doppler radar. There's a confirmed tornado just north now of Highway 2 moving up towards the southwestern part of Houston County. This is the northwestern corner of Jackson County. Yet another tornado in Jackson County this morning. That is a debris ball that has formed here in the past, 10 minutes? It formed off to the northeast and northeast of Bonifay, north of Chipley, and it came out of nowhere. This cell was revving up over Bonifay, and then there's that debris. All of a sudden, just one scan, you see that circle develop. That's been debris, and that debris now is tracking up into Houston County. So that is the actual tornado, the confirmed tornado with this cell, and you can still see a very distinct. Look at that. Look at those pixels.
I think we've got a second tornado forming to the south of there. It's in the east central portions of Holmes County, about to cross over into Jackson County near Alford. I think we've had some rotation there.
Yep.
Yes, right there. And it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of a drop in the debris tracker as well.
All right, we'll watch that. Yeah, right there. Good call. So that early heads up Alford up into Jackson County again towards Mariana. But this one, man, this is a big cell.
Yeah.
This is a big cell, big storm, and the rotation is ongoing here just now to the south of Browntown. So, Ryan, run radar here. Zoom in on these 2 pixels. Give me a look at the pixel query on these 2 wind speeds. So you've got very strong gate-to-gates here, very intense winds right here. That's 46. What's the one next to it? 46. Okay, let's see. 35. Okay, So you got a lot of wind energy right here. I'm gonna go in just a little bit tighter if I can on these 2 pixels, and let's see what we have. Go here. Let me try to pinpoint that one. So yeah, it's 46 versus 35. What is that?
About 80.
Yeah, about 80. I hear the tornado sirens going off in the city of Dothan. So if you're wondering why we've got a tornado siren going off in the city of Dothan, this cell here is producing a tornado, and it is moving up into Houston County. And it does include that tornado warning polygon parts of the city of Dothan, but the actual circulation now is still in Florida, about to move into Houston County. It is moving to the northeast. This is a classic supercell thunderstorm at this point. It was kind of a line of storms, and then it formed into its own supercell storm, and boy, it has a really, really distinct spin to it, and it is moving off to the northeast and producing a tornado. There's a look back at what we've seen here. It started coming together over Bonifay, formed that tornado northeast of Bonifay, northwest of Chipley, up there towards areas just east of Graceville, now carrying up into Houston County. This is a very fast-moving storm as well. A lot of rainfall and a lot of wind energy out ahead of it. So all of Jackson County will see another round of straight-line winds in excess of 50, even 60 miles per hour in spots. And this tornado will be barreling through the southern part of Houston County. I really don't see this weakening, given the fact that the environment is as favorable as it's been all day in this area of Houston County southward into the Panhandle. And this is kind of at the apex of that inverted V shape of instability and shear in the atmosphere. So this is in the perfect spot, bottom line, to continue to hold together as it moves off to the north and to the east into Houston County. Here's a look back over the past hour of that circulation area coming together over Holmes and Jackson counties and now up into Houston County. On the east side, that area in blue, that is a very strong south wind that is blowing, producing probably straight line wind damage. And then it culminates with this tornado about to cross 231 at this point, pretty close to where the Welcome Center is there, meeting up with Florida and Alabama. So let me zoom back up into the current time frame and go right up close into this area. Browntown, there's State Line Road, Lottery and all that, the gas station right there. That's the area that will be impacted by this tornado. And this is a Doppler radar confirmed tornado. Outbound winds here, inbound winds here. These are all straight line winds coming in from the south and southeast. Very strong winds in the atmosphere. That area in dark blue here, these are winds at the ground level, probably in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour. If we go back over to the debris tracker, there's the debris still showing up in the atmosphere between Browntown and State Line. Now, this is not as distinct as it was, and there's some good news to that. That means that this might be lingering debris in the atmosphere as opposed to new debris being lofted. And the way we can confirm debris and tornadoes is by using this product. But you see when it's really distinct there in dark blue, that's new debris being lofted, and still there, new debris being lofted. Now it's not as distinct at this point. So that tells me that this is probably lingering debris in the atmosphere, not so much a new plume of debris coming up from the ground. That said, it is crossing 231 now, right at that area where you get it. We've got the Welcome Center, you've got the gas station here, right here, you've got the lotto places here as you cross over into Florida. That's where that debris signature is at this point. And that's where the strongest rotation is moving right through that area, right at the border here of 231. So now is moving into Houston County. Let's see if we can get an updated scan here. This will update. This was a couple minutes ago. This rotation area is probably somewhere right up in this area at this point, near the border, the Alabama-Florida border on 231. So we're going to watch this move into the southern part of Houston County. Boy, guys, that has really revved up, and there it is. Yeah. There's that new scan, and that's still, look at the gate-to-gate shear on that. Very impressive. Now, just to the east of 231. Yeah, it is. It's just inside Houston County, just north now of the state line with Florida. And notice here also, that area in blue, these are all very strong straight line winds coming out through the southern part of Houston County, well away from the actual tornado circulation. These winds probably in excess of 60, even 70 miles per hour in pockets. So even without the tornado damage, you're going to have a lot of wind damage from just straight line winds coming on through at that speed. There's the area of rotation, and you can actually see a little bit of a hint of the downdraft on the backside right through here. So you see the S shape, very distinct S shape. We look for that when we analyze radar. And that is that's a mature storm that is still capable of producing a tornado. We'll go back to the debris tracker here. We're not seeing any new debris being lofted. What we're seeing here is lingering debris in the atmosphere, but that might change at any point. So if you are anywhere in the southern part here of Houston County, from, again, where the state line is here, off towards Cottonwood, you've got to be someplace safe. Madrid, you're going to miss the worst circulation. Cottonwood, you will likely be impacted by the main part of the circulation. And before the circulation gets to you, these are strong straight line winds moving into Cottonwood, right along 53. So if you are in the Cottonwood area of Houston County, you've got to be someplace safe. Don't try to go outside and see this tornado. It is wrapped in a bunch of rain. There's just a bunch of rain out there. You're not going to be able to see anything. And that tornado is somewhere right in here. If it's forming, again, it's going to be right in here. You're not going to be able to see it. It'll be wrapped in heavy, heavy rainfall. So get someplace safe. Again, the lowest level, the interior-most part of the building you are in. Even if it's in a mobile home, find the safest place in that mobile home that you have and just hunker down there until this storm passes. A very strong thunderstorm, a very distinct area of rotation, taking aim on Cottonwood. Are you guys seeing any reports of damage yet coming in from anywhere?
I have not seen any.
Okay, we're going to keep watching this rotation area. Move on through Houston County, off to the northeast here. The city of Dothan is okay. The severe threat for the city of Dothan is over. I know you heard the tornado sirens going off. That's not for the city. This cell here is the cell that is prompting the tornado warning and the sirens going off. It is going to track to the northeast and will not impact the city of Dothan. If we go back to the big view of the winds here, this is the actual cold front line right through here, moving through Henry County into central Houston County and then southward into the Panhandle. East of that line, we're still fair game for severe weather, isolated tornadoes. West of that line, the threat is over. So right along that line is where we have that threat for ongoing rotation and tornadoes. And the worst storm within this whole line is right now in Houston County. Big view here of the velocity. You've got a lot of rainfall here for parts of Henry County into Houston County, southward into Jackson County, down towards areas around Panama City. Severe thunderstorm warnings widespread across the area for the potential of winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. But as far as the tornado threat goes, there's really one cell in our immediate area that is worth watching. That's the one in Houston County. Again, if you are in Dothan, north or west of Dothan, your threat is over. Yes, there's a tornado warning polygon here. That threat is not for this area, it's for areas around Cottonwood or about to move into Cottonwood. So I can't stress this enough. If you are in the Cottonwood area, you've got to go someplace safe. Get away from exterior walls and windows. This is a classic look at a very strong pocket of circulation, the classic S shape, the outflow boundary showing up, very good inflow coming in from the southeast, and some brightening of the pixels right to the southwest of, let me go back in here, right to the southwest of Cottonwood. I'm going to go real tight here.
David, while you're doing that right quick, just kind of scrolling through email, there's a report of a tree on a trailer along Willie Varnum Road in Cottonwood.
Was that from earlier?
I would imagine that's from earlier. This email came in at 8:07, and
okay.
I mean, that circulation still has yet to make it to Cottonwood, so there's a good chance that happened with a earlier cell that passed through.
I was trying to be nice with your eyes at home here, but this is what I'm looking at here. These two pixels right next to each other, that is the actual tornado. When this radar image was taken, you're 61 versus 36. You're about a 90 to 100 mile per hour shear gate to gate. So that would indicate, EF1 type tornado ongoing at this point. We'll go back over that correlation coefficient, and there's probably going to be a new debris plume showing up here, because when you see tightening like that of the 2 pixels, that usually means that circulation has come back down to the ground, starts lofting more debris up into the air, and that is approaching Cottonwood. Again, Willie Varnum Road saw that initial storm come on through the northern part of Willie Varnum, where it kind of goes up towards Dothan, but this is kind of the southern part now of that area. But Cottonwood in particular, you are in the direct path of this tornado. The pixel shear there is very, very high. This is the actual tornado just to the north of State Line Road here, southwest of Cottonwood and east of Madrid. This part of Houston County is being hit now by very strong straight line winds and an ongoing likely tornado from this cell as it moves off to the north and to the east. So anywhere in Houston County, I would say from Cottonwood northward to Ashford over towards Gordon in particular, that area, the southeastern half of Houston County, you've got to be ready for this cell as it moves in and go someplace safe. We'll keep waiting for a new scan to come in here, but a very distinct area of rotation here, and probably some new debris will be lofted up here pretty quickly. That looks a little funky, that jump there. Let me see if I can get a new reflectivity view. And so yeah, there it is. So the actual cell now looks like that the wind, the storm relative velocity product is lagging a little bit. It looks like that actual rotation now is to the northeast of Cottonwood, and it looks like what we're seeing here is a little bit of new debris being lofted here right around Cottonwood, just to the east of Cottonwood. This storm is moving at a very, very fast clip, and usually these radar images come in every minute or 2 minutes, but in that 2 minute span, where the radar is depicting the debris, for example, can jump by several miles. So East County Road 8, Cottonwood Dragway, this area, you've got to be someplace safe. South County Road 55 here in Houston County, you've got to be someplace away from exterior walls and windows. This is a Doppler radar confirmed tornado ongoing, and a very, very strong circulation right here evident on Doppler radar. That came through areas right around Cottonwood. Let me go back here just a couple scans.
Definitely seeing that debris ball start to ramp up once again now just to the northeast of Cottonwood. And
that tells me, so that was, that's the difference. I mean, those are back-to-back scans, and it jumped a long ways. Came right over Cottonwood. That's the tornado. When you see bright pixels like that, that is a tornado ongoing in Houston County. And given the fact it's moving so quickly, that's going to put areas up into the 84 corridor at risk before too long. Between Ashford and Gordon, please get somewhere safe, away from exterior walls and windows. This is a Doppler radar confirmed tornado northeast of Cottonwood, south of the Dragway, now kind of probably southeast of the Dragway, moving to the northeast. So there's a new scan coming in, and it is very quickly here moving to the northeast. A lot of heavy rainfall obscuring this tornado. You're not going to be able to see it. If you want to see it, you're not going to be able to see it. Between Ashford and Gordon, nothing but heavy rainfall, moderate to heavy rainfall. The actual circulation is right here now between Cottonwood, Ashford, and Gordon, more or less in that triangle, moving to the northeast. I don't know what the speed is. It looks like it's probably 60 miles per hour without calculating it. It is booking its way off to the northeast. There's a look at the velocity, and then the storm relative.
70
miles per hour. So think about how fast that is moving. Think of a vehicle traveling at 70 miles per hour. I mean, this is booking its way off to the northeast. So this part of Houston County, please get someplace safe, away from exterior walls and windows. That circulation at this point is crossing, let's see some of the roads here. That's Bowen Road, there's Bobby Hall Road, County Road 8, there's Whitaker Road. Some of the areas in the path of this storm probably being impacted right now given the forward speed of the cell. So there's South Rocky Creek Road, South County Road 75 that goes up there towards 84. That's the area that will be impacted very shortly by this strong rotation, very strong straight line winds, and probably an ongoing tornado as well at this point. Still some debris showing up here. That is debris in the atmosphere, according to the Doppler radar. South of 84, straight south now of Ashford, moving to the northeast. This potential tornado, if it continues, will be passing between Ashford and Gordon, and will be crossing 84 here before too long. A very distinct circulation, a very distinct look at radar here that shows a likely ongoing tornado northeast of Cottonwood, east now of Cottonwood Dragway. And again, very strong straight line winds out ahead of that cell. So even though you might not get hit by the actual tornado, you will likely be hit by very strong south winds that will gust over 50 to 60 plus miles per hour. Very, very strong winds east of that center of circulation. But that is a very wrapped up storm, and boy, that is
already getting some damage reports out of Cottonwood as quickly as this moved through. Heard over the scanner, trees down, car damage, and residents requesting for help along Metcalf Street.
Okay, it came right over the city of Cottonwood, just right over the city, and it's moving to the northeast again at 70 miles per hour. So Highway 84 there, pretty close to Ashford, Pansy, probably right in the midst of it here before too long. This is a look at the latest reflectivity scan. So there's Ashford, there's Pansy, there's Gordon. The center of circulation is right here, moving up towards Pansy, right along 84. And it is still packing a punch. The reflectivity is impressive. The wind flow is very impressive as well. So there's the circulation. We'll get that new scan. And as that new scan comes in, it's probably going to be somewhere up into this area, pretty close to 84. So please, if you live in this area of Houston County, you've got to be someplace safe. Anywhere between Ashford and Gordon, I'd say get to the lowest level, interior most part of that structure, away from exterior walls and windows, away from trees that might fall, because Zach just mentioned there's been confirmed reports of damage with this tornado as it comes on through Houston County. And still, the new scan coming in here, that is a very, very distinct view of a tornado on radar. You've got outbound at 59, inbound at 53. So you've got 112 miles per hour of shear between two different pixels, and that would indicate at least strong EF1 type tornado ongoing, and it's going to continue to the northeast. There's no reason for this not to continue up into the 84 corridor in Houston County. Give me the most recent view here. So there's a look at that pocket of rotation, and again, a Doppler radar confirmed tornado. Surely there's going to be a new debris plume being shot up into the air here from the tightening of this rotation. And there it is now, just south of 84. We're in Houston County here, east of Dothan. Get your bearings. There's Dothan. Ashford's right here. There's Gordon. This is a Doppler radar confirmed tornado in Houston County here on this Tuesday morning. And the returns here are just, just confirm everything that we can see and look at, and what we're seeing with the damage reports. We've got a big storm here, basically, and a very tight area of rotation crossing 84. Please get someplace safe. If you are anywhere east of Ashford, around Gordon, and especially in the area around Pansy at this point, that pocket of rotation will cross 84 and then move off to the northeast of there and eventually take aim on Early County. So we have tornado warnings in effect for this whole area. It's all from this cell, a supercell thunderstorm within the southern part of this line, right along the cold front as it tracks off to the northeast. The environment here is very supportive of tornadoes and ongoing as we go through time. Look at that tightening of that rotation area. So this is a strengthening tornado. Again, I can hear the sirens going off in the city of Dothan. The siren is being sounded for a tornado warning storm, an actual tornado in Houston County about to cross Highway 84 right around Pansy. May pass just to the south and east of Pansy, but those are very, very strong winds in the atmosphere. It looks like the wind speeds continue to increase. We've got inbound of 58. We've got outbound of 64. So we've got 122 miles per hour of shear, 122 now. That would potentially make it an EF2 type tornado just based on what we're seeing here with these wind speeds. Hard to know for sure until we go out there and survey the damage, but that looks to be a very potent tornado in an area that is very supportive of big tornadoes. And boy, guys, this is something that we don't want to see.
No.
This is a big storm, and there's some new debris being tossed up into the air here. You see some of these yellows and greens showing up once again. Crossing 84 east of Houston. I mean, this is, I don't know what the official definition of a tornado emergency is, but if you live in that part of Houston County, I mean, this is definitely an emergency.
Looks like we got an updated polygon. I'll wait for that to update on my phone.
Yeah, it looks like that hasn't been, well, it looks like they
trimmed it,
chopped off the backside. But that, again, that's the Doppler radar confirmed tornado from this cell here, crossing 84 now, very close to Pansy, crossing 84. Very strong winds in Gordon, very, very strong winds, of course, around that circulation, right around Pansy, right along 84 here, moving off to the northeast, safely east of Dothan. So I know you hear the sirens going off in Dothan. It's for this cell here, right along 84 between Ashford and Gordon, moving off to the northeast. This is the last of the worst storms that we're tracking in our area, but it is a doozy for sure. It is moving at about 70 miles per hour to the northeast, so very quickly coming on through Houston County. That means it will be in Early County before too long and will likely track just northwest and north of Gordon. Near Pansy right now, still a Doppler radar confirmed tornado moving at 70 miles per hour, tracking just northwest of Gordon and then into Early County. And this should continue to be a very strong area of rotation into Early County. Hopefully it weakens and no longer produces a tornado, but at this point it still is, and the debris signature backs up the fact that we have debris now crossing 84 and taking aim on areas north and northwest of Gordon. So Highway 95 north of Gordon, if you live anywhere around 95 on the north side of Gordon, take shelter now as the storm comes on through your area. It is tracking now just east of Pansy. Philadelphia showing up there along 95. That's an area that will likely be hit by this cell before too long. You see Lawson Road right here. We have East Cook Road. We've got Harris Butler Road, Green Frog Road. All of these areas, if you know those names, you are in the path of this tornado. In fact, it's maybe moving through right at this point as it moves very quickly to the northeast here. Ed Toller Road. We have Neal Road here off to the west of 95. What we have there? Pasture Lane as well. These are the areas being impacted by this potential ongoing tornado. Eastern parts here of Houston County about to move into Early County. Very strong straight line winds ahead of the tornado, and then we've got the actual tornado. It has crossed 84 now. It is northwest of Gordon. It is now northeast of Pansy. Still very, very distinct on Doppler radar. So this is crossing over at this point Harris Butler Road and just north of Green Frog Road. This is a Doppler radar confirmed tornado. East Cook Road here came out through areas around Pine View Drive, but north of Green Frog Road and pretty close to Harris Butler Road at this point. Ed Toller Road, Pasture Lane, these are the areas in Houston County that will be impacted. Neal Road, and then Highway 95 off to the north there of Columbia, or north of Gordon, and near and north of Philadelphia, south of Columbia. Columbia is up here in Houston County. So there's the tornado warn cell ongoing, and there's still debris showing up here. This is debris in the atmosphere about to move over Highway 95 north and northwest of Gordon. So please, this is not a potential tornado. This is an ongoing Doppler radar confirmed tornado. Damage confirmed in Cottonwood. Damage occurring along the path of this storm. Very, very strong winds inbound and outbound. A very distinct couplet showing up there on Doppler radar. This is a no doubt type scenario for a tornado, which is going to cross the river and move into Early County. So you've got to be someplace safe if you are anywhere in this part of Early County, between Columbia and Gordon into Early County. Get somewhere safe. Not only do we have the strong winds, we've got that tornado as well.
Just a quick heads up, we've gotten video in of damage from Cottonwood. We are working on getting that processed and whatever, and as soon as that's ready, somebody will hopefully let you know in your ear, and we can be able to show that on TV.
So there's the storm as it came through Cottonwood and moving off to the northeast now, and still, it was very strong at that point. Still, though, a very tight couplet occurring north of Gordon, just north of Philadelphia, along Highway 95. Let me go back here just a little bit. This began down there towards Boniface, started to wrap up right in through there, and then came together south of Graceville, and now just racing its way off to the northeast and producing damage along the way. This is the second time we've seen a tornado come on through Houston County. It's 8:24 now. I think the first one was at 5 something. I lose track of time in situations like this, but it's been a very busy morning in Houston County and Jackson County in particular. But this is still an ongoing tornado crossing 95, probably crossing the river right now north of Philadelphia, and then moving into Early County. So some of these areas in Early County that will be hit, there's Highway, 370, north of Highway 273 west. North of that cluster of roads there that are just into Early County. This is that area of rotation. Neal Road at this point and Ed Toller Road. This is the area being hit by this likely tornado crossing the river and then moving into Early County. So the debris signature now is showing up in Early County. This is all debris being lofted up into the air. Let me go back here a little bit. You can kind of see where Cottonwood is on the map here. Well, I guess we had it and it went away, but Cottonwood is right here. Okay, so let me take this back just a little bit, and you can see that debris signature, which was ongoing from areas northeast of Boniface all the way up through Jackson County into Houston County and now into Georgia and into Early County. So this has been a long track tornado from areas south and west of Graceville through Houston County and now up into Early County. This is the last line, the last threat that we'll see, the last of the storm clusters and lines that we've seen come on through. This is with the actual cold front. So most of the area now is okay. In fact, pretty much all of Houston County outside of the southeastern corner is okay, and really just quiet areas west and areas north. But areas east here and areas southeast still looking at that line of showers and storms coming out through. Severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing with the cells across the eastern part of the area, and that one ongoing tornado warning from this cell now, which is crossing into Early County. Pretty easy to see if we break down the actual front, the wind shift line, which is right in through here. All of a sudden, you see a little kink, and that kink is an actual tornado now crossing the river into Early County, and it still has a very, very tight couplet. Now, okay, the new scan came in, and that tight couplet has weakened just a little bit, which is some good news. We'll see if that trend continues, but it was very tight here crossing 95, tight crossing the river, and now the new scan there as it approaches Highway 370 is a little bit weaker, still inbound and outbound, so still that rotation right there, but it's not quite as strong as it was, so perhaps a little bit of weakening with this cell. Still some debris being lofted up and showing up on radar here right along 370, but not quite as distinct as far as that rotation pocket goes. This has been a very, very strong storm for a long time, heavy rainfall, tons of lightning, and a very strong area of rotation. But there's been, guys, looks like a little weakening, and maybe that will continue.
Yeah, hopefully so. It's definitely been a very, very busy morning, and once we finally reached a time where we thought things were going to start to wind down, that's when we got the that other tornado warning that rolled through, I believe that was Jackson County, and then moved into Houston County. Now that's starting to move closer to Early County. Again, we're working on getting video of damage that we've gotten. Reporter Will Polston went out to Cottonwood and got some video of the damage down there. I've also been scrolling through Twitter. Pretty concerned with the situation down in Mariana. They had the tornado that moved through much earlier this morning. Seeing some pictures of damage on Twitter, or X, whatever you would like to call it, but damage there in Mariana. That started out as a tornado that moved through Panama City, then continued northeastward into Mariana. It sounds like there's some pretty significant damage in Mariana as well. And again, we're working on getting the video in from the damage of Cottonwood. These are likely going to be a couple of those tornadoes we mentioned in the days leading up to this, the potential for a couple of strong, potentially EF2 plus tornadoes. Now, we will not be able to get the ratings for those tornadoes until the National Weather Service offices are out to actually survey the damage and actually come back with their findings and issue a rating for that. But looking at radar and looking at some of the pictures that we've gotten, particularly in Mariana, it looks like there in Mariana and then in Cottonwood, it looks like we could see a couple of those situations where we had a couple of those stronger tornadoes that we mentioned could have been possible today over the last several days.
Been a busy morning for sure.
Yeah.
I guess if there's any good news at this point, the back edge is moving on through parts of Georgia right now, so back to the west of there, it's nice and quiet. And the circulation that was so strong for so long is now weakening in Early County, so I'm not seeing that distinct couplet that we had earlier, so there's been weakening with the cell. Still very gusty winds occurring the southern part here of Early County and will move into Miller County, but it looks like that pocket of strong rotation that was producing a tornado has gone away. And that's good. We'll keep monitoring. Also monitoring southward here through Jackson County. There's another cell there that is south and southeast of Mariana. A little bit of a kink right here as well, approaching Rock Creek. That one may try to spin up as well and produce another tornado. Would not surprise me. It's been kind of that kind of a morning. There's a look at Rock Creek, and that is moving to the east. Okay, let me go back northward here. I'm going to show you what happened with this cell here moving on through Houston County. So I'm going to take you back there. There's Cottonwood. That cell came out of Florida, crossed Cottonwood, and now up there into Early County. Let me show you some of the video coming in. Take a full screen from the Cottonwood area. So there's a look at, well, I told you the first thing to go, the roofs. The roofs go, and then the exterior walls go. Some damage there. A tree as well fell, and these pine trees this time of year, they're taking up a lot of water. They're very snappy, if you will, kind of like an asparagus spear. They can snap easily. Looks like some tin roofs being blown into trees. This is common as well. These are fairly weak structures, easy for the wind to get up underneath them and blow them into something. This probably looks like lower end EF1 type damage, I would say, without being out there in person to see it. Big tree here down as well. The ground is wet because we've seen a lot of rainfall in the past month. And there's a look at, see those pine trees. I mean, they snap. They're full of water right now. They're just, especially coming off the drought, they're just taking up as much water as they can from the ground. So these snap very easily, which is one of the reasons you don't want to be out on the roads, because you don't know if you turn the corner, there's, could be a big tree laying in the road in front of you, but certainly a lot of smaller tree branches down, a big tree down there as well. A lot of pine trees, and usually when we see the debris lofted up into the atmosphere, we're seeing a lot of pine needles and small twigs and branches, and looks like some structural debris as well from this tornado in the Cottonwood area. What time was that? I don't know, 7:45-ish?
Yeah, I'm like you, all these hours have just kind of run together since about 5 or 6 o'clock.
Yeah, let's go back here on the velocity scan. Let me switch over. Maybe we can see it better with the debris tracker. So right there, so it was at 8:10, I guess, when that tornado came through Cottonwood. So 8:10, you can see that debris plume right there. So right here. So, what Will shot was in this area, and basically, the video of what he shot was lofted up into the air, and it shows up as little holes like this. And that is the radar telling us, hey, there's something out there that doesn't look like everything else. And we still see some hint of that here in Early County. Now, this not necessarily is new debris. It could be some lingering debris. Remember, with a circulation like that, you can have debris tossed up 15, 20,000 feet up into the sky, and it takes a while for that to come down. But the fact that this debris signature is getting smaller and more diffuse tells us that that circulation is not producing new damage. There's still some circulation out there, and there's still some potential with this S-shaped feature right here, but that does not look to be tight enough at this point to produce an actual tornado. But the potential is certainly still there, so heads up as we go through time. The eastern part of Early County and probably the northwestern corner of Miller County as well. And we may get, if this continues, a new tornado warning to be issued, but not seeing that being extended at this point because that rotation area is not as tight as it was earlier. Also watching down here towards Steam Mill. This is another area, a very strong rotation that is trying to come together and may produce another tornado, a new warning in effect here for Seminole County for this area right around Steam Mill. Again, that S shape that we look for pretty much over Steam Mill. Very strong inbound winds right through here, areas in blue, probably over 50, 60 miles per hour. Then some hint here of outbound winds. So again, a very strong pocket of rotation towards Steam Mill, moving off to the east. That would put it across the northern part here of Seminole County. If we get another spin up to occur, and we have another area down there to the south, just kind of a string here of tornado warnings. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 between Early County and the coast. 5 tornado warnings in this line, and we've been tracking this, we've been breaking it down, showing how the atmosphere would be especially conducive for tornadoes at this time for central and southern parts of our area, and shifting off to the east and southeast during the morning hours. And sure enough, the atmosphere is producing some strong rotation and some pockets of probably tornadoes, on and off potential anyway, over the next half hour anyway in our area as this line comes on through. The strongest area has been this one. It is weaker now though in Early County. There's a little hint there off to the east now of Steam Mill, so we have a tornado warning for that. This area is not real tight, but there's some rotation southeast of Mariana. Again, this area off to the west of Bluntstown is not real tight, but there's some potential. So some of these warnings are probably being issued for the potential compared to the actual confirmation of tornadoes. This is an example down here towards Mexico Beach of a very strong area of rotation and some potential of a tornado to form. If we look at the debris tracker here and kind of go up the line, nothing really stands out as significant debris at this point. And there's some more good news as we track this remnant cell here into Early County. That debris ball has pretty much gone away. It was right here and right there, and it's pretty much faded. So that was debris in the atmosphere falling back down. So there could be pine needles falling in this part of Early County that were picked up somewhere in Alabama and pushed 40, 50 miles away. Certainly a possibility with a storm as strong as that one was. But that circulation is weakening. That storm now moving on through Early County. Still some gusty winds, but the tornado potential with that cell looks to be gone. And actually the cell now is moving out of that warning polygon into the central part of Early County. Blakely, there's a lot of rainfall coming through your area right now. A lot of heavy rainfall and a lot of lightning strikes also. Watching, this area around Blakely for rotation, not seeing that at this point, which is certainly good. There's broad rotation in through here. Lucille, there's a little pocket here still worth watching. That's that remnant area of rotation that we saw earlier that did produce a tornado. It's not as strong now, but these are very strong straight line winds that will move into the eastern part of Early County between Damascus and Blakely, probably towards Cuba here before too long. Heads up for your area. Yeah, there's Cuba right there. So there's Highway 27. So that area of strong winds will move up into the Highway 27 corridor. And those are strong enough winds, probably 50 plus miles per hour, to topple some trees and do some minor damage at least. And we'll keep monitoring this weak area of rotation around Lucille. Looks like a new tornado warning has been posted for that potential because there's still enough rotation there. And this storm has a history of producing a tornado that the National Weather Service issuing a new tornado warning for that cell that carries on through a good chunk there of Early County and then points to the east of there towards Milford, because this might rev back up into another tornado. Seeing that debris signature go away, so there's no tornado warning right now. This warning was issued based on the potential of this spinning back up because it is still in that environment that is favorable for rotation and is moving out into kind of the eastern part of Early County. Blakely, the rain will begin to lighten up a little bit in your area. Mayhaw, it is very heavy southward towards Steam Mill. Another tornado warning in this area. Again, 5 tornado warnings between what we're seeing in Early County southward towards the coast. So Miller County here about to get hit by this cell that's in Seminole County east of Steam Mill. There's just a lot to cover this morning. South of Donaldsonville, good inflow, some outbound winds here, so there's some broad rotation. But even if there's no tornado, and there does not look to be a tornado with this system, these pockets of blue are still very strong straight line winds that can do some damage. So we're seeing one of those pockets here in Early County and Miller County, another one here in Seminole County that will move into Miller County, and then we have more strong storms southward here into the Panhandle. This cell by Cypress, very strong as well. No distinct rotation, but certainly an area worth watching. And then off to the west there, Bluntstown as well, south of our area, another pocket of rotation. So ongoing severe thunderstorms and tornado potential out there. The big view here, though, shows most of the area is really calming down this morning after a very, very busy 3+ hours now. This line is the actual cold front extending from parts of Georgia into the Florida Panhandle and offshore. Areas west here, we're talking Eufaula, Abbeville, Dothan, southward towards Lynn Haven, over towards Andalusia and Crestview. We are done with the rain. Or severe threat anyway, a couple showers left, but the heavy rainfall is gone. The lightning strikes are gone. No worries in this area as well at this time. But we are watching ongoing strong storms, parts of Early County into Miller County and Seminole County, and then into the eastern part there of Jackson County. Just a ton of lightning, some really, really heavy rainfall with these clusters as well. But I'm not seeing the real tight rotation at this point. Widespread, but still these pockets that may spin back up again. This one, looking a little bit better here, approaching Highway 27 off to the southeast of Cuba. So that's one area, and then this area here might tighten up as well, pretty much south of Donaldsonville. A very good batch here of strong straight line winds, the inflow east of Donaldsonville, and then that potential pocket of rotation that might tighten around Donaldsonville. Let me go back northward here, back up into Early County, and guys, looks like that is trying to organize once again, and it may definitely spin back up. I would not be surprised there, right along the Highway 27 corridor there between Cuba and Miller County. Looks pretty impressive. We'll check the debris and see if we have anything new. And I'm not seeing any new debris being lofted up into this area. But again, that circulation is trying to make a comeback. And if it does and it reaches the ground, then we will know right away because we will see debris showing up on that debris tracker. But there's certainly some tighter rotation occurring here off to the south and southwest of Highway 27. Pretty close to County Road 279. And actually, as we go through the next 10 minutes, this storm may more or less kind of track along County Road 279 there in Early County. That is going to pass just to the east of Cuba and will cross over Highway 27. Still no debris showing up there, but a very strong storm. And you can actually make out, if we go back here just a few frames on the reflectivity, you can make out some of that circulation evident within the returns here in this general area of Early County. So that is now safely southeast of Blakely. And Blakely looking better, I should mention at this point, but southward towards Mayhaw, that storm pretty significant. And then south of there into Seminole County, still looking at that strong storm off to the east of Steam Mill. It's just been a very busy couple hours here. All of a sudden, that main line started to act up once it tapped into that energy and the shear in the atmosphere, and that's been kind of the difference maker, especially areas central and south here. So that cell ongoing here, crossing 27, moving on through the eastern part of Early County. Most of the Wiregrass is done, and most of our area of coverage is done with the severe threat. We'll keep covering some of these cells here, the far eastern part of Early County, and then into parts of Miller and Seminole counties as well, watching the potential for these spins to tighten up. Damage reports, Zach or Ryan, have you guys seen anything else come in from Mariana or Cottonwood or anywhere else in Houston County or beyond? Mike's on.
I know we've been getting reports from our reporters getting video and damage as well. We've definitely been getting reports from our reporters out there in the field, getting some photos in. As of right now, I know I haven't seen anything new concerning Cottonwood. I think we saw some images of a park in Mariana that had some flipped campers as well, so there was some damage associated with that. Also a video of a semi that was actually turned over. I can't confirm exactly what road that semi was on, but it just tells you like how powerful that with this tornado that went through Cottonwood and went through much of South Houston County into Early County, definitely packed some of those heavy winds and those strong wind gusts, especially with seeing with that semi flipped over. It just tells you how powerful that these winds can be, Zach.
Yeah, I've been asking around trying to see if we can get some updates out of Mariana. Currently, I don't have any. Been scrolling around on Twitter, continuing to try to find some damage photos. And again, it looks like we have some decently significant tornado damage in Mariana. Obviously, we've seen the videos out of Cottonwood. But as of right now, no, I have not seen any additional damage reports, but always scrolling around, whether it be Twitter, whether it be our email. We've gotten a lot of emails in. There's some more video, or at least replaying that video from the damage that we got earlier in Cottonwood. You can see the roof being peeled back on the home, damage to some of those branches, to some of those trees, lots of those pine trees down along in that forest. You can see some tin roofing. As David mentioned, that's pretty easy for tornadic winds to tear that away and have it thrown up against the tree line, as you're seeing there. Lots of tree damage, lots of power line damage. We mentioned it earlier. There's been some reports of some auto damage, windshields being cracked due to tennis ball to ping pong ball size hail that fell over the southern portions and the central portions, rather, of Dothan earlier this morning, as that tornado that moved right along 231. There's been a couple of different tornadoes that we've had move across the southern portions of Houston County. There's some more views of the tree branches and trees and all that. And we're going to see damage like this fairly well scattered all across the Wiregrass, not just limited to places where we've seen tornadoes. We've had a lot of straight line damaging winds as well, which can cause damage very similar to that. If you get some wind gusts up around 70, 75 miles an hour, it does not take all that much to cause what could be high end EF0, low end EF1 damage.
You know, that tornado was a strong one that came on through Houston County. That rotation pocket is still ongoing here into Early County. So we're not done yet. We're almost done. We're not quite done yet. There's Blakely, there's Damascus, and this area of rotation has started to tighten up again. Looks a little more ominous here just to the west of Damascus in Early County. And this might produce yet another tornado. I've been watching the correlation coefficient, not seeing any debris yet being lofted here in Early County, which is some good news. But if you go back a little bit here and just track that pocket of rotation, let me go back to just a little bit bigger view and go back and kind of show you there. It was a little bit weaker, and now it's trying to tighten up just a little bit again. So some possibility south of Arlington, northwest of Damascus for that area of rotation to tighten up. Not quite there yet, but still some potential. Southward, we've got these tornado warnings in effect. These are actually behaving themselves, if you will. This is a line of strong winds coming on through parts of Early into Seminole counties, but not seeing any distinct rotation, even though we do have that tornado warning in effect in the southward. Jackson County, we're almost done. It's been a very bad morning in Jackson County in multiple areas. Mariana over towards Graceville as well. A couple strong tornadoes coming on through. This line is almost out of Jackson County. There's the wind shift line. It is moving eastward, so the far eastern part of Jackson County is still seeing some rain and some gusty winds, but the actual tornado threat is diminishing. This little area is still worth watching. This is off now to the north of Blountstown and off to the southeast of Alpha. This might spin up again into a tornado. That will be out of our area of coverage though. So what's left in our local area, just a couple showers and storms, really. Early County, Miller County, Seminole County, the three areas that we're watching. Most of what we're seeing in Jackson County, what's left anyway, is not producing any tornadoes. That potential continues, though. Areas off to the east. Widespread tornado warnings today. Of course, most areas, if not all areas, have seen severe thunderstorm warnings from these cells coming on through. We've seen individual cells. We've seen a line of storms. We've seen a line of storms turn into some individual cells. So just a lot happening in the atmosphere this morning. But for most areas, the threat is over. Dothan, we're fine now. Even into Blakely, we're done with that severe threat. And most of Early County, in fact, is done with that severe threat. One little area left here that still might tighten up even more. That looks pretty impressive north and northwest of Damascus, south of Arlington. That will cross over the highway there to the north of, what is that, Highway 45, north of Damascus here. And that looks like it might try to produce another brief tornado. Still not seeing any debris showing up there on Doppler radar, but there's certainly some indication here of strong rotation off to the west of Rowena there in Early County. So the last part of Early County being impacted by this cell is the eastern and probably northeastern part before it's all said and done. North of Damascus and then south of Arlington from that cell safely. East of Blakely, you are okay in Blakely. That wind shift line is the end of the severe threat. So there's that line. Eastern parts of Early County, cutting on through Miller County, southward into Seminole County. East of there, still strong storms a possibility. West of there, the atmosphere is much more stable. The cold front has come on through, so the severe threat is over. Of all these different tornado warnings, which are ongoing, and we had 5. What do we have left? 3. The 2 down to the south don't look real impressive. Really, the only area that might produce a tornado in the next 5 minutes or so is this area, the way it looks, north of Damascus. And this is an area that is still strong, but not overly strong compared to where it was earlier. That said, it looks like the outbound winds have intensified a little bit, so this is trying again to put down a tornado. What we're looking at here is rotation a few thousand feet up in the atmosphere. We're not seeing that quite come down to the ground the way it looks. If we do see that, then we will see some sort of hole show up on this product. This will show us any debris that is being lofted from the landscape, and we're not quite seeing that. So even though we have strong rotation and a tornado warning in effect for good reason, we're not seeing confirmation of a tornado quite yet. There's a look at the reflectivity.
Boy,
a little bit of a shape there.
Yeah, it really looks like that rotation really trying to ramp back up there just to the north of Rowena.
And you would think it would. I mean, it's not a guarantee. It's a little more on its own now, south of Arlington, and that looks like just that reflectivity, a pretty good hook. So, and that reflectivity is indicative of that rotation. And then you look at the actual storm relative velocity, and Zach, that does look pretty good.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong area of rotation. I'm keeping up with it on my phone just as much as you guys are in our graphics package. Still not seeing any sort of lowering in the debris tracker, the correlation coefficient.
There it is. There it is.
Yep, there it is.
Yep. So yeah, we knew who was close. When you start seeing that kind of velocity couplet show up, you know, there's a good chance that that's going to translate down to the ground, start lofting up debris. So this is confirmation of yet another tornado. This is still in Early County, about to move out of our area, north of Rowena, off to the northwest of Nicholsville, I should say, and then Nicholasville, and then south of Arlington. So the far northeastern part of Early County. This is confirmation of yet another tornado forming in our area, kind of the fringe of our area. A very strong reflectivity and velocity couplet here showing up, a very distinct hook and a very strong look here at the velocity couplet that shows us that confirmed tornado north of Rowena and off to the south and east now of Arlington, about to move out of Early County and out of our area of coverage. But if you know anyone in that area, give them a heads up, because this will move into, I'm not even sure what county that is out of our area, but anywhere south of Morgan, north of Milford, off to the east of Arlington, and areas far northeast of Damascus. That's the area that will see this ongoing tornado move in. This is basically the same storm that, if we go back, produced the tornado in Houston County. So there it was forming here over Bonifay. It really came together in Jackson County and produced the tornado by Graceville up into the Cottonwood area, through Houston County, and then kind of did like a split, more or less. And the southern part, because the northern part went up here, the southern part of that cell is the one that is producing that ongoing tornado now, about to move out of Early County. So one heck of a storm for sure. That's going to be it, though, for our area, as it now crosses from Early County out of basically our area of coverage and into Georgia. But again, if you know anyone in that area, look at that. That's a heck of a debris ball showing up.
Yeah.
And the fact that the radar is so far away from the storm, you're scanning higher in the sky, which tells us that that debris has been lofted pretty high up into the sky. And
yeah, we mentioned
that's a big one.
We mentioned how well-defined that debris ball earlier looked. This one, it ranks right up there with it, with how well-defined it is. By the way, that is Calhoun County.
Calhoun, okay.
That is moving into.
And it's amazing, you know, just from the science perspective here, you look at how fast this can happen. This is a storm, and the rotation was up in the atmosphere. It wasn't down on the ground yet. You had nothing as of 8:48 Central Time, 9:48 Eastern. All of a sudden, boom, in basically 4 minutes, you go from nothing to that. So that shows you how fast this can happen. And it also shows you why you don't want to be outside trying to see what is happening with a storm wrapped in rain, because before you know it, you got a tornado forming and it's on you, and if you're not in a safe place and you're in the path of it, I mean, bad things can happen. So in the future, think about that. I mean, these happen very, very quickly, and you want to be someplace safe. That debris ball is a big one. It's moving out of Early County and off to the north and to the east. So again, anyone in that area that you might know, give them a heads up that there's a big tornado on the way deeper into Georgia. In our area, we are about to wrap up our coverage as we are looking a whole lot better here, much better than it was earlier today, thankfully. A lot of showers and storms ongoing. Eastern parts, far eastern parts of the area, southward into the Panhandle, lightning strikes galore, tons of rainfall as well. We've seen a very windy, really 24 hours, even ahead of the storms yesterday. That cool east wind was blowing, very gusty winds during the evening hours and overnight, but improving a little bit as we go through today. Still gusty winds, but not quite as strong, and it will be a cooler wind as well. This storm right along in south of I-10, that might rev up again, and that will be off to the east and southeast of our area, east of Jackson County, so looking okay. Looking pretty good here overall in Seminole County. This little kink in the line still might rev up again. That will approach Bainbridge, so if you know anyone in that area, give them a heads up that, hey, this is coming towards Bainbridge here before too long. And then that cell there, that tornado ongoing, approaching Morgan, probably passing just south of Morgan before too long. But Early County, we can give you the all clear now, so that threat for severe weather in Early County is done. There will be some cleanup to occur, though, off to the north of Rowena, right along Highway, what is that, Highway 45 there, where we had that tornado come on through and pick up a lot of debris. So a lot of damage, certainly in that part of Early County. Southward, still watching that wind shift line come on through Seminole County and then into Jackson County. Again, most of Jackson County is in the clear, a little sliver here just ahead of that front, but most of Jackson County is fine now. Some cleanup to occur there with that tornado earlier in Mariana. And then Seminole County, most of us okay, still watching that little bit of an S shape showing up here, area south in Seminole County. That is moving to the east. And again, if you know anyone in the Bainbridge area, or if you're watching us from the Bainbridge area, that storm is coming in your direction. We will likely not carry our coverage all the way through the time when this arrives, but just to give you a heads up, that is something worth watching. The 411 weather app is really a great tool to have. If you have not downloaded this app, I would recommend you download it. We update it a lot, at least a few times every single day, but it can also track you and show you warnings and weather wherever you are in the country. So it's a good tool to have in your toolbox. If you load it up, you'll see the very top of the homepage will give you warnings. If you scroll to the very, very bottom, you click this watch live, and let's see. This will show you our live coverage. You click that box then. So that's the best way, I would say, to watch us, to get weather information and to be able to watch us at the same time, is by going to the Forewarn Weather app, downloading it, going to the homepage, scrolling to the bottom. This will, yeah, so there it is. So there's our live coverage showing up on the app. So that's really cool, because if you're in the closet, for example, or you're in the bathroom and you're taking shelter, you can take the app with you and watch us, and you've got no interruptions from anything else, and it's our pure stream. And it's really cool. You think about where technology is today, and man, we've got this little thing we carry in our pocket that gives us local weather information from local people, and giving you the information that you need in situations like this, and you can take it with you again when you travel. Make sure you have those alerts set to on, location to follow me, and on nights like this, I know we're morning now, but you want to make sure your do not disturb is turned off, so you get those alerts during the overnight to help you wake you up. In addition to having a NOAA weather radio, also a good tool to have in your toolbox, so to speak. All right, so as we look at the final pieces here of this big puzzle this morning, everything pretty much moving out of our area, improving conditions for the rest of today. These showers and storms areas east still pretty strong, but moving out of our area of coverage. I'll give you a big view here, just kind of wrap this up. And what we're showing here is, from a weather perspective, I'm going to turn off the radar and turn off the, I can turn off the lightning easily. Yeah, right there. So These are winds at about 4,500 feet in the atmosphere. This is what we call the low-level jet stream. And when we forecast severe weather events, we look at a few things. We look at, the warmth, the moisture, which is energy in the atmosphere, which is the ability for air to rise. And then we look for basically the low-level jet, and that tells us where the winds will be favorable to rotate, where the wind shear will be highest in the atmosphere. And this is our low-level jet coming on through this morning. And we saw this from 7-8 days away, which is why we were putting on our 7-day forecast, severe potential Tuesday morning. And I'll mention this Friday morning as well. This Friday midday is another day that we have to watch for potential severe weather, because we'll have the warmth, the moisture in place, and some of this low-level jet coming through at that point. But not quite as strong as it's been this morning. This is very impressive. This is an El Nino winter. We can have very strong weather systems come on through during the middle of winter in situations like this. So there's the core of the strong winds above, moving off to the east of us, in line with that big storm line, the showers and storms with that boundary, and then back to the west, some lingering showers. But the severe threat is moving out of our area. Final thoughts, Ryan, Zach?
Definitely very busy this morning.
Yeah.
Definitely a really big storm system, and I'm glad that we were able to really stay on top of it throughout much of the morning. Just wanted to also, with our most recent reports that we're getting in from Ken Curtis, our senior reporter, he's actually made reports that some people in Cottonwood along September Road are actually trapped in their homes, but first responders are working to free them. Just again, that summation of how powerful that tornado that formed in Jackson County and is now tracking into Georgia. So very long-lived circulation, but of course, very busy morning as we had a lot of tornado warnings, and luckily now that we're on the back side of that system, we won't have any more severe threats for the day. But of course, WTVY and all of our reporters and the meteorologists will keep you posted on damage reports and as well for any future occurrences. Zach?
Yeah, I definitely echo the sentiment that today has been a very busy day, particularly after sunrise. It looks like we got a little bit more instability into the region, and that helped to kind of ramp those thunderstorms up, and it's why we saw as many tornado warnings as we did over in the eastern portions of the region. Definitely going to be some long days of cleanup in places like Cottonwood and Mariana, where it looks like some of the worst damage has taken place. Hopefully we can get some more footage of damage, some more reports on damage, and really a day that kind of performed just about how we thought it would be. We thought it would be a busy morning. We thought we would deal with tornadoes, some of them on the stronger side of things, and it looks like that's exactly how it played out, unfortunately. And then, as David mentioned a few minutes ago, we get a couple breaks over these next couple of days, Wednesday and into Thursday, and it looks like we may once again be dealing with some strong to severe storms again as we head into Friday.
And the key for you really is to pay attention to the forecast. We are always working to give you an early heads up, as much of a heads up as we can when we see severe events in the future. And this one was pretty easy to forecast, I guess. I mean, we could see it coming from a week away, and it sure enough did live up to his billing. So we'll wrap up our coverage for now. If you do have any damage reports, you can contact our news department. Give us a call here at the station. You can email us as well. Post on Facebook if you have any information to share with us, and we will accumulate all that. We have newscasts coming up at noon, at 4 o'clock, at 5, 6, and 10 on WTVY News 4, 6:30 on WRGX. So a lot of information to give you as we go through today, kind of wrapping up the damage that we saw in our area. And be weather aware again on Friday. And again, that 4-1 weather app, I'll push that a lot because it is a good tool for you to have. Thanks for tuning in this morning. We'll have more news coverage coming up throughout the day right here on WTVY News 4.
This has been a forewarned weather alert.